adjustment, equipment functioning. Each passenger now receives a minute injection of a retardation drug that has the desired effect. This drug creates a slight lag between the time of heat sensation and the beginning of perspiration. The body is allowed to sense an accumulation of heat, which finally triggers the sweat glands into producing a slight oversupply of skin moisture. The moving dry air then evaporates this perspiration, which continues to flow a brief period after optimum sensation is reached. Thus, the body begins to experience the first sensation of chill, even though the temperature of the air remains at 98.6 degrees. At this point, the reaction lag expires and the perspiration stops. The body is warm as if bathed in hotter air again. This gentle oscillation between sensations of warmth and coolness has a very pleasant secondary effect you will find. The varying temperature of your skin is too slight to be dangerous, yet it breaks the tactile monotony which 9 months of unchanging climate would bring. Parker's teeth chattered together as the chill swept over him. "This is all very goddamn neat when it works," he thought miserably, "but how do you turn off the sweat?" His body had long since passed a comfort point, yet the sweat was still flooding from his pores, and the gentle zephyr from the air conditioning seemed more like an autumn gale with a tang of winter in it. Chills ran his vertical length and radiated from his spine. Worse yet, as the paralysis drug took effect, he was even robbed of the pleasure of shivering. The chatter of his teeth stopped, but the swirling dankness flowed through his body unchecked. The girl's voice paused a moment. "We are now entering maximum acceleration phase. It is suggested that you concentrate on sleep. We will continue the discussion when we reach free flight." Pauker gratefully tried to sink into the promised narcotic slumber as his mattress became firmer and firmer under him. But it was long, miserable, frozen minutes before the ship's motion came to his aid and blacked him out. "Free flight!" he snapped to consciousness, and instantly recoiled from the discomfort. To his surprise, it wasn't the cold now, but a dry, throat-rasping, all-pervading heat that almost suffocated him. Sometime during his unconsciousness, his body had overtaken the thermal adjustment lag and turned off the perspiration. Now he felt the ravages of an uncontrolled fever. His mind wandered and refused to admit him to the promised dream state again. He thought he heard a voice. Yes, there was a voice, the voice of the woman again. "We are in free flight," she announced with cheerful redundancy. "Now you will begin to enjoy the full benefits of the rhythmic thermal changes. Since you are all floating freely under the loose bindings of your couches, as we were discussing the drug which—" Again the voice cut off, but this time a male voice clicked in on the circuit. "Attention, all male passengers. Now hear this. All male passengers, will the gentleman who has a red scar on his left cheek please report to the purser immediately upon arrival at Marsfield. When you checked your bag, you forgot to pick up your baggage check. Attention all." While the message was repeated, Poker smiled grimly to himself with the memory of the shock he had received when the baggage man had appeared in the passageway. So this was the reason. Some blundering fool had walked off without his baggage check, and the attendant had rushed aboard in search of him. He wondered how anyone could be so stupid. Of course, everyone didn't place the same value on his luggage. The heat continued to build up in his fevered body until suddenly the dam broke, and sweat fairly gushed from him. The relief was tremendous, but only momentary. The girl's voice came on again, apparently with the flick of a recorder. Playback switch gives such fine regulation of the body's thermal lag is a relatively new development in space travel. Before its advent, passengers invariably arrived at their destination with high irritability from the thermal monotony. So the delightful comfort you now enjoy is just one more modern service rendered by your host, the Progressive Delta Spaceways Corporation, Interplanetary. This being the last shot you received in booth number 7, we will now move on to a description and explanation of the free flight sensations you are now experiencing. Booth number 7. The significance finally soaked into Pauker's mind. Booth number 7 was where he had fled for concealment, and received a double dose of drug injection. It was no wonder he was suffering the excessive lag in thermal adjustment. Already the comforting coolness of the moving air on his sweat-soaked body was becoming too sharp. The chill rippled up from his groin, raised the hackles of his neck hair, and diffused into his limbs like a gelid syrup. A trickle of mucus dropped from his nasal passages and stung his throat. He tried to roll his head. To hawk, it was hopeless. The lassitude that held his limbs prevented the smallest motion. Only his breathing seemed within his control, and a minute later he was fervently grateful. A bubble gathered deep in his trachea, and he coughed. The irritation increased and he coughed again, a dry, hacking cough. What kind of torment had he let himself in for, he wondered. Was he forced to lie here, shivering or roasting for 9 months? Another spasm of dry coughing shook him, and when it was over, the first hunger pang stabbed his stomach. Hunger? They had said the intravenous feeding would prevent any symptoms of hunger. Yes, Pauker, he reasoned, but the feeding was based on your metabolism tests and the assumption that your temperature was swinging between narrow limits. And it didn't account for the energy you were using, coughing. The chill grew deeper, sharper, and then he thought of the sleep narcotic. He concentrated on sleep, and finally, as the cold increased, he managed to slip into a shallow stupor. It was of mere seconds' duration, however. His sweat stopped, his skin dried, and the heavy, wonderful warmth bathed him again. It was too delicious to waste on sleep. The warmth soaked into his bones slowly, deliciously, but now the interval between his spasms of coughing grew shorter. The period of comfort was brief, for the coughing ran up his temperature, and now the hunger in his belly was beginning to become a source of major discomfort. Then came the thirst. The excessive loss of body fluid slowly desiccated his tissues, and the thirst grew, and the power to perspire was lost to him. And the salt of his past heavy sweats, caked in his pores, and itched the incipient pneumonia, was held in check by his extreme fever. But the hacking, dry cough continued, keeping him awake and painfully aware of the pleurisy pains. The hunger, the thirst, the itch, the cough, the pain, the fever, the grating struggle for every breath through his tortured, parched throat. Pauker was not religious, but he prayed to God for life. Then he prayed to the devil for death. And as the kaleidoscope of pain neared the limits of his conscious endurance, he cursed the drugs that kept the spark of life alive inside his screaming body. He bent all his powers of concentration on a futile attempt to wrench his arm free of the miserly intravenous needle. He tried holding his breath, swallowing his tongue, willing himself to oblivion. To no avail. His last fully rational observation was to glare at the miniature chronometer mounted above his face. It registered the elapsed time in days, hours, and minutes. He stared at it with sunken, inflamed eyes. It was, of course, out of order, for it registered only an absurd 10 days, 6 hours, and 14 minutes since blast-off. Astonishing, the Marsfield Surgeon General exclaimed. Simply astonishing, the survival power you people have given your passengers with this new drug combination. See here, he prodded Pauker's emaciated ribs. He still reacts to stimulus, good as dead, yet I doubt that he fully lost consciousness the whole trip. End of $8 million from Mars by Winston K. Marks. The Third Party by Lee B. Howlam. Snow beat against the tall windows of the terminal building. The howling of the wind around the corners of the building and across the broad expanse of the rocket field went unheard by the thousands who streamed across the crowded floor. Each was intent on his or her affairs, hurrying to board one of the tall spires out on the snow-covered field, seeing someone off, or waiting for incoming friends. Roger Loren and his wife waited near the entrances to the boarding tunnels for the announcement that would send them out onto the field to their rocket. The shouts of porters and the voices of excited passengers mingled with the noises of the terminal. Groups of people moved across the floor like the currents of the ocean. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed out over the PA. "All passengers for the Arctic City rocket report to Tunnel 7. "Come on, Linda," Roger said. "That's our ship." He hurried his wife toward the tunnel entrance. A few minutes later, they stepped off the conveyor walk at the bottom of an elevator shaft. The gray uniformed attendant checked their tickets before the glass cage lifted them to the lock entrance high on the side of the rocket. The wind sang its mournful song around the corners of the cage and fired volleys of snow against the glass. At the airlock entrance, a stewardess checked their tickets a second time. Couches 34 and 35. "Follow me, please." She led them up one deck and over to a pair of couches, one of which was next to a small eye-port. "Take the one next to the port, honey," said Roger. "The view's worth seeing." A moment later, a buzzer sounded, and a red light flashed on near the hatch to the deck above. The voice of the pilot came over the intercom system. "We are blasting off in 5 minutes. All passengers who have not strapped in will please do so immediately." 3 minutes went by, and the final warning buzzer sounded. After another 2 minutes, the rumble of the motors came from the tail of the ship. The rocket, a towering silver needle with orange flames spouting from its lower end, paused on the field as its motors warmed up. Then it rose majestically on a column of fire and disappeared in the swirling snow. Linda was surprised to find that the sound of the blast-off was not as loud as she had expected. Neither did she find the acceleration of 2.5 gravities excessively uncomfortable. The brightly lighted compartment made the scene outside the eye-port seem dark, although it was only 4:30 in the afternoon. Tiny pellets of snow streamed by the port during the few seconds it took the rocket to scream through the lower atmosphere. Then the ship burst through the clouds. Linda gave an exclamation of surprise and pleasure at the sheer beauty of the sight. The clouds rose like tumbled, snowy mountain ranges under an ice-blue winter sky. The setting sun painted their tops in brilliant hues of pink, orange, and violet. Their eastern sides lay in blue shadow honeycombed with caves and grottos. "It's beautiful," exclaimed Linda. "I never dreamed it would be like this." "You have to see it to really appreciate it," Roger said. "Descriptions never do it justice." As the rocket continued to rise, the clouds flattened until they resembled pack ice on an Arctic sea. More of Earth became visible and spots of green and brown appeared on the southwestern horizon. Finally, the blue of the Pacific crept into view, brilliantly contrasted against the now black sky. "You may be able to see a few stars if you don't look toward Earth or the sun," Roger said to Linda. Linda followed Roger's instructions, and sure enough, a few stars appeared, unwinking points of light against black velvet. Now over 300 miles above Earth, the rocket had crossed the frontier into outer space. The rocket passed the top of its arc, and the scenery was forgotten. The natural fear of falling, to which all humans are heir, asserted itself. Linda suddenly realized that there was no sensation of weight, and that the rocket was falling steadily through space. Is everything all right?" she asked, in a weak voice. "Don't worry, dear," Roger replied soothingly. "We'll be landing in another half hour. You won't have to go through much more of it, thank goodness." Linda breathed a sigh of relief and laid her dark head on Roger's shoulder. Roger put his arm around her and held her until the rocket came in with a squeal of runners against hard-packed snow. Lights flashed by the eye-port as they slid along the runway. In the distance, the lighted, slab-like towers of Arctic City loomed against the dark sky. The night was clear and bitterly cold. The rocket slid to a stop, and an electric tractor came to tow the ship to the top of an elevator shaft. A few minutes later, the passengers streamed along a conveyor walk into the Arctic City terminal. The sounds of hurried activity echoed through the tunnel. The rumble of heavy freight conveyors, the shouts of stevedores, the whine of heavily loaded electric motors, and the hum of conversation mingled in a medley of sounds that spoke of commerce and industry, of people busy at an almost endless array of tasks. "Are you Roger Lauren?" The question came from a short, stocky, gray-haired individual. "Yes, I am," Roger replied. "I am Jacob Darcy. I am supposed to show you to your apartment and help you get oriented." "Good," Roger said. "You lead, we'll follow." Darcy turned and led them to a small electric monorail car which sped them through a maze of underground streets, past the windows of many shops and stores. After a 10-minute ride in the monorail and a fast ascent in an elevator, the three of them entered a small apartment high in one of the slab-like buildings. The apartment was comfortable and compact, though not luxuriously furnished. One transparent wall of the living room looked out over the city and the Arctic landscape. "I thought things would be more primitive," said Linda as she looked around her future home. "This doesn't seem like a frontier at all." "No," Darcy replied with a smile. "Arctic City is pretty well built up. Conditions are a lot better here than they are in some of the mining centers farther north." He turned to Roger. "I'll be around tomorrow morning to show you the labs, sometime around 8 or 8:30. "I'll be ready," replied Roger. "It should be interesting to see the facilities here." "I suppose the high-temperature work will be most interesting to you," said Darcy. "I read your paper on molecular linkages. We'll sure be able to use you. We're having the devil's own time with the linings for the reaction chambers in the neutron pile. I hope I can help," said Roger. "The cooling problem should be quite a challenge without the extreme temperatures and high vacuum that we had at the moon labs." "That's right." "You did work on the first neutron pile, didn't you?" Darcy said as he prepared to leave. "That makes it much better. There are too few men with practical experience in neutron pile work." It had long been known by physicists that tremendous amounts of energy could be released if matter could be collapsed to form neutrons. This step had been achieved in 2047 AD at the Lunar Atomic Laboratories. The Arctic City pile was the first attempt to apply it to industrial uses. Up to this time, 2054, man had been barred from the planets by the lack of a fuel cheap enough to make trips across interplanetary space economically feasible. Long economical orbits could be used, but these brought on psychological problems resulting from living in cramped quarters for long periods of time, and problems of carrying enough supplies for such long trips. In shorter orbits, the profits would be burned up in excessive fuel consumption. The most efficient fuel was monatomic hydrogen, which is highly unstable unless dissolved in a catalyst to keep it from exploding at ordinary temperatures. The catalyst and the process for making the fuel were both expensive. Moon colonies were maintained only because the moon was the best-known source of germanium, and its vacuum was a valuable location for astronomical observatories and atomic research laboratories. The neutron pile applied to space travel would make an interplanetary civilization possible. The pile releasing neutrons and ions at velocities approaching that of light would make use of small amounts of inexpensive materials as fuels. It also had frightening potentialities for mass destruction. The ambassador of the South American Republic thought of the destructive possibilities as he rode the small monorail car toward the government center in Chicago, which was now the capital of the North American Union. The shore of Lake Michigan was studded with tall skyscrapers connected by streets with transparent coverings. At ground level, a system of conveyor walks ranging from the 100-mile-per-HR strips in the center to 5-mile-per-HR strips on the edges whisked brightly clad people about their business. On the second level, monorail tracks carried the high-speed freight and passenger traffic of the city. The ambassador's car pulled in at a second-level siding near the loading platform for the government tower. As he stepped from his car, he was met by 2 Secret Service agents who escorted him to the office of the Secretary of State. The secretary sat behind a large desk in a comfortably furnished office on the 80th floor. Through the large window wall behind the secretary, the scattered towers of the city were somewhat obscured by flying snow and the gloom of a December morning. The distinguished-looking man behind the desk had served his country well during the past 30 years. He knew the problems faced by such nations as the South American Republic, the League of Islam, the Asian Commonwealth, the decadent subject nations of Western Europe, and the tiny, constantly warring states that comprised what was left of the once mighty Woozley. That morning he had sent a note refusing help to the Baltic Federation, which had accused the Arctic League of aggression. The North American Union had no desire to enter foreign wars that did not concern it. The secretary rose and extended his hand. "Good morning," he greeted the ambassador as he shook hands with him. "Have a seat." The secretary waved toward a comfortable chair near the desk. The ambassador seated himself with his overcoat across his knees. "I cannot get used to your cold weather," he said good-naturedly. "I have spent too much time in the tropics. We seem to be getting an unusually cold winter," the secretary replied. "I'll have to admit that Chicago doesn't compare with Rio as far as weather is concerned." "I wish that I were there now," the ambassador said in a more serious tone. "I would not have to discuss with you this trouble that has come up." "What trouble?" the secretary asked. "Your note wasn't clear about what you wish to discuss with me." "As you probably know, there are groups in my country that fear the technical developments that have been going on during the past 10 years, the ambassador replied. "They do not know your country as well as I do, and fear that you will use the neutron energy discovery as a weapon." "Why should they fear our energy developments?" the secretary asked. "The lunar atomic laboratories are open for inspection at all times, and the pile being built in the Arctic is no secret either. All the developments are private ventures. The idea of making neutron bombs hasn't even been raised in Congress." "Unfortunately, my people do not know this," replied the ambassador. "These groups have used much propaganda and have thoroughly misled the masses. That the laboratories are located on the moon does not help. You know how rigid the requirements are for those who would travel in space. Several men from my country have not been allowed to go for health reasons. This naturally feeds the suspicions of my people, who do not understand why such things must be done. To remedy this trouble, my government has instructed me to arrange for a meeting between our presidents." "I think such a meeting would be possible," the secretary said. "I am sure that the president will understand the situation. The memory of the 20th century won't fade easily. I'll see if a trip to the lunar laboratories can be arranged. It would be good if some members of the dissatisfied groups were allowed to make the trip." "That would be very good," replied the ambassador. "It would help to counteract their propaganda. They are seeking power and would gain it at the expense of goodwill between our nations. This will very effectively remove the source of their grievance." "I'll bring it up at the cabinet meeting this afternoon," the secretary said. "It would be wisest to get this business moving as fast as possible." The ambassador rose from his seat. "You will let me know the outcome of the meeting as soon as you can." "Yes," replied the secretary, "as soon as it's over." The laboratories at Arctic City were fairly new, but already had the cluttered appearance of all research labs. Electronic instruments, coils of wire, and various articles of chemical apparatus lay on the workbenches. One room held the dial-studded face of a computer. Another contained several induction and carbon arc furnaces used in high-temperature work. Men wearing white smocks or plastic aprons went quietly and efficiently about their tasks. Roger and Darcy entered a lab in which a man sat staring at the face of an oscilloscope, where weird figures danced in yellowish-green tracery. The bench was covered with a bewildering array of equipment. A row of gas discharge tubes glowed with varicolored light. From them, a spaghetti-like arrangement of many-colored wires led to various instruments scattered along the bench. "How's it coming, Phil?" Darcy asked. The man looked up from his work. "Hi, Jake," he said. "I might get somewhere if this oscillator would stop wandering all over the place. This thing doesn't seem to be very accurate at high frequencies." He indicated a piece of equipment connected to the oscilloscope. "I'll sure be glad when we get a good physical chemist to do this work. My business is ceramics, and I am getting sick and tired of wrestling with his wiring." "Well," said Darcy, "you won't have to worry about this anymore. This is Roger Lauren, our new physical chemist. Roger, this is Philip Gordon, our ceramics expert." Gordon grinned and extended his hand. "I'm glad to meet you," he said. "Sorry I blew off like that. I just get disgusted sometimes." "It does get frustrating," Roger agreed as they shook hands. "Electronics is rather tricky. You are right there," replied Gordon, "especially when you don't know too much about it. What I learned about electronics in college has long since departed. Take a look at this setup. It's about as poor a job of haywiring as you'll find anywhere. I see you are using high-frequency excitation to get your high temperatures," Roger commented. "Just what compounds are you working with?" "I've been working with some plastics, inert stuff, to see just what they'll react with and how fast they'll react at high temperatures." "It isn't too easy," Lauren said. "It never has been easy to find reaction rates. I'll get to work on these this afternoon. Maybe I can get some of these finished tomorrow or the next day." "Thanks," Gordon said in a relieved voice. "It'll be good to get some results I can rely on." Lauren and Darcy left the lab and walked through a winding succession of corridors until they came to a large room. One wall was lined with catwalks linked by metal ladders. Men in coveralls moved against the slate-gray background like insects on the side of a building. Through a door to their right, Lauren could see banks of instruments at which several men were working. "This is the south face of the pile," Darcy said. "Most of the instruments are located here. The Clyston converters are mounted in that room over there." He indicated a door on their left. "I'd like to see those," Roger said. "I hear that these are pretty large compared with what we had at the Moon Labs." "They're big enough all right," Darcy said. "Each one is 4 stories high." "We had a deuce of a time evacuating them." As Darcy said this, they stepped into a long, high room. To their right stood 6 immense transparent tubes. Each tube contained a grid of thick steel bars which was mounted so that it completely surrounded a coil of heavy copper bar in the center of the tube. The steel bars had been treated so that a magnetic field would build up rapidly when they were exposed to hard radiations. The radiation beams were passed into the grid in pulses, thus causing the magnetic field to build up and collapse, rapidly producing current in the coils by induction. The tubes were generators, with no moving parts except electrons and protons. The system used about 75% of the energy produced by the pile. The residual radiation was released as greenish-yellow light. "Why are they transparent?" Roger asked. "I should think that metals would be stronger and easier to manage." "The transparency helps us to maintain a more accurate control," Darcy replied. "When the light shifts toward the blue, we know that more energy is being released as radiation and can shut down the tube before it gets a chance to heat up too much." "Good idea," said Roger. "Control was our worst trouble at the Moon Labs. We'll use this until we find something better," said Darcy as they left the pile area. Unknown to Roger Lauren, events which would shape the course of the next few weeks and would ultimately change his whole life were taking place far to the south. A third party had entered the political stage of the Western Hemisphere. The League of Islam had finally decided to do something about an incident which it had never forgiven. Over 30 years earlier, the Union had sent Marines into the Suez Canal area to stop alleged assaults against American citizens. In a sense, the North American Union had indicated that it thought of the League of Islam as nothing more than a backward group which could be pacified whenever trouble arose within its borders. The insult had never been forgotten by the fanatically nationalistic Muslims. Only the greater military might of the North American power had prevented a war at that time. Now the League had decided that the time was ripe to gain immunity from such insults forever by some shrewd political maneuvering. Working through a small, dissatisfied political party in South America, they used the North's development of neutron energy to create fear in the minds of the people of the Southern Republic. By stimulating this fear, the Arabs hoped to weaken both powers through war, and thereby to gain power and prestige among the nations. The League hoped to gain through political devices what it could never get an open war route to January 5, 2055. The leaders of the Western Hemispheric powers did not realize what was actually taking place. But then, reports began coming into the offices of the investigators of both nations, which changed the picture. On January 2, an American oil well in the Gulf of Mexico had been blown up. The saboteur was not caught, since the bomb had been cleverly hidden sometime before the explosion. 2 days later, in the state of Venezuela, an official of the South American government was shot and killed. Although the assassin escaped after a grueling 2-day chase and was never really identified, there were plenty of rumor mongers to remind the people that the dead official had held opinions that were not favorable to the North American Union. Accompanied by such incidents, friction between the two nations grew. The events that set the pot to boiling, and nearly caused it to boil over, occurred at Arctic City. Up to this time, Roger Lauren had considered the reports of such incidents as news that seemed rather unreal because of its distance from his immediate affairs. Now, however, he found himself in the middle of the trouble between the two nations. Although he scarcely knew it, he had become a key man on the neutron pile project. His research into the physics of interatomic and intermolecular forces had aided materially the work on the pile. It started, innocently enough, during the early afternoon of January 9, when a group of 10 men, ostensibly bound for a mining town farther north, took a guided tour of the pile area. About 1/6 of the reaction cells, into which the pile was divided for convenience, were in operation, and the 6 converter tubes were aglow with greenish-yellow light. The entrance of the men into the central chamber was the signal. A previously planted bomb exploded with enough violence to shatter the tubes, filling the converter room with greenish-yellow fire and hard radiations. A smoke bomb provided extra screening, and the group hurried down a side tunnel under cover of the gray mantle. Roger heard the sounds of confusion accompanied by the clangor of an alarm bell, announcing that hard radiations were loose somewhere in the plant. He stepped to the door of the lab, and a gas gun exploded in his face. He knew nothing more until he awoke aboard a fast-moving jet. The convertee plane winged through the Arctic twilight for nearly 2 hours, and finally came down on a flat stretch of snow-covered tundra near the shore of the Arctic Ocean. A group of 3 dome huts stood at the base of a low cliff. Otherwise, the scene was one of silent, dark desolation. One of the men handed Roger a pair of insulated, electrically heated coveralls. Roger put them on without argument. Next, the man motioned toward the hatch with a machine pistol. "Get moving," he snapped. "Make it quick and don't try to run for it. You wouldn't get far." Roger dropped through the hatch and waited quietly. When his captors finally dropped through the hatch, they steered him none too gently toward the middle hut. On his right, as he entered, 3 men sat playing cards around a small table. To his left, a man lay on a cot reading a magazine by the light of a mining lantern. Roger was shoved across the main room through a passageway and into a room on the right. The metal door clanged shut behind him, and the bolt shot home with the finality of a prison gate. "Well, I see I have company." A voice came out of the gloom. As Roger's eyes grew accustomed to the dimness, he saw an old man sitting on the edge of a narrow cot. "Who are you?" Roger asked in a bewildered voice. "And just what's been going on? Why should I be kidnapped and brought to this god-forsaken spot?" "You must be the chemist they were talking about," the old man replied. "I heard them say something about one of the chief chemists at the neutron pile project. As for me, my name is Dr. Alexander Nolan. I came up here in my plane about a month ago to write up some historical research I've been doing during the past 5 years. Instead, your kidnappers came in and took over, but here I am rambling on about myself as usual. What's your name, young fellow?" I am Roger Lauren, Roger replied. I'm a chemist, all right. I was working at Arctic City on the Neutron project, but I still can't figure out why I should be kidnapped. They couldn't get any ransom, and I don't have any information that would be useful to them. I just don't see it. Roger Lauren, eh? The historian mused. I think I see why you were kidnapped. You are more important than you think you are, which is unusual. Most men think that they are more important than they really are. I suppose you've heard about the oil well that was blown up in the Gulf of Mexico, and the man who was shot and killed down in Venezuela. Now, if some North American citizen were to be found dead, possibly tortured for information about the neutron pile, it might be just the spark that sets off the powder keg that's been building up during the past 10 years. But why should South America do anything like that? Roger asked nervously. They have nothing to gain by such actions. We've shared the information on pile development since the projects were started. Oh, but South America is not the power behind this business, Nolan said gently. I'll admit that the evidence seems to point to South America, but I have reasons to believe that another power is behind this. But which one could it be? Asked Roger. Indications point to the League of Islam, replied Nolan. They are clever, but a student of political history can get some insight into their plans if he looks carefully enough. If you are interested, I can give you some background. Go ahead, Roger said. I'd like to find out what's behind this. Well, the historian began, I guess that you could say that this story goes back 4,000 years. The hatred between the Jews and the Arabs goes back that far, and it plays an important part in the present situation. Actually, the seeds of the present trouble were planted more than 100 years ago. When the United States helped, the Jews set up a republic on land that the Arabs considered theirs. When the Republic of Israel was established, many Arabs were driven from their homes. Added to this, American economic aid to Israel didn't help our relations with the Arab world. As a result, the 50s and 60s of the last century were a time of unrest throughout the Middle East. A short war between Israel and the Arab states lasted from 1946 to 1949. The Arabs lost out, but border incidents occurred intermittently until 1969. After the United States and Russia were involved in the two-week chaos, the Arab League moved against Israel. The Arabs had grown in strength during the preceding 20 years and were able to push the Jews out of Palestine or put them under their control. Under agreements made in the United Nations, the United States sent an expeditionary force to the Holy Land. The whole affair was a debacle. America had been weakened by the atom bombing of many of her cities and military establishments. Russia was also out of the running. After the death of Malenkov in 1968, one of the party leaders had tried to bring union by starting a war. After American retaliation with hydrogen and atom bombs, the growing resentment of the Russian people against an undesirable system exploded into open revolt. The Soviet Union became a disorganized, crazy quilt pattern of small, constantly warring states. On top of the destruction of atomic war, came the great economic collapse of 1970. The financial structure of the United States and her allies fell apart, and with it, the United Nations went down into oblivion. The states of the Arab League could now do much as they pleased without outside interference. The two-week chaos and the Great Collapse incapacitated the Western powers for nearly 30 years. The Arab states prospered and formed the League of Islam in 1990. The League covered the eastern end of the Mediterranean and the coast of North Africa. During this period, South America had formed the South American Republic and became a world power. The North American Union, which was formed in 1997, wished to take up where the United States had left off in the development of Arabian oil. The Arabs, who had developed the fields themselves with help from South America, had no desire for North American intervention. The Americans, who had a long-term lease signed in the late 50s, were not willing to give up so easily, and hard feeling developed. The Suez incident of 30 years ago and the American control of the moon and the satellite stations didn't help matters any. When the Americans finished the first satellite station in 1984 and landed the first rocket on the moon in 1991, the Arabs became apprehensive and made known their wish to build a spaceport in the Sahara Desert. The North American Union, which had a monopoly on rocket-building facilities, refused to allow it. Out of fear of the growing strength of the Arabs, I think that was a serious mistake. The sight of the satellites passing overhead, plus the knowledge that they belong to an unfriendly power, doesn't help to create goodwill. The fact that the moon has an independent government makes it worse. The leaders of Islam know that the lunar government wouldn't allow nationalism in space. I guess you know how the lunar citizens feel about the North American monopoly on space travel. They don't like it, Roger said. They feel that they could be more independent if they were receiving supplies from more than one source. Lunar government is nothing more than a form set up by the North American Union to keep up appearances. The moon isn't self-sufficient enough to make its independence more than a form. If the lunar colonies could trade with more than one nation, they could maintain their independence by the moon's natural defensive position. And control of the satellite stations would help to ease international tensions. There is not much chance of a dictatorship being formed there, because the colonists are too individualistic and are interested in their government. It looks to me like both sides are at fault in this mess. That's usually the case, the historian commented. The Arabs aren't free of blame either. Some of their tactics in the Holy Land weren't exactly calculated to win the goodwill of the United States, and they have been rather violent in some of their dealings with our citizens. The conversation was interrupted when one of their captors opened the door a few inches and slid 2 cans of food concentrate through the crack. "I see dinner has arrived," Nolan said as he stepped over to the door and picked up the containers. He handed one to Roger and the 2 men removed the tops. In a few minutes, a coil in the sides of each container heated the contents, and the prisoners ate a warm, if uninspiring, meal. Plastic spoons fastened to the sides of the cans served as utensils. After they had finished the food, the 2 prisoners sat and discussed various topics until late in the evening when they finally turned in. Outside, the temperature dropped to 60 degrees below zero. The stars sparkled with a brilliance that was reminiscent of outer space. Once the frosty stillness was broken by the whine of the jets of a cargo plane hauling a train of ore gliders from the mines on an island farther north. In the front room of the center hut, a guard sat watching a number of television screens which showed the area around the camp bathed in infrared light. In front of the hut lay the convertiplane, a shining bluish silver dart with its needle nose and swept back wings and tail. Near the cliffs back of the huts, Nolan's small 2-seater lay with its channel wings folded into the fuselage. At 6, Roger was awakened roughly by one of the guards. He was given a can of concentrates which he ate quickly, his eyes straying now and then to the big machine pistol held by one of his captors. After Roger had eaten, he was ordered out to the plane and strapped into a seat an armed guard beside him. With screaming jets blowing air over its channel wings, the convertiplane lifted from the snow and a few minutes later streaked into the dark sky under the power of its main jets. 3 hours later, they descended to the yard of a large house on the outskirts of Denver. The scattered buildings of the city lay on a blinding white blanket of snow that sparkled in the winter sun like minute jewels. Roger was hurried into the house and soon stood in the middle of a spacious living room, his hands held firmly by steel handcuffs. He faced a man with swarthy skin and dark hair, a typical Latin type. "Senor Lorin," the South American said and motioned toward an easy chair. "Please be seated. Perhaps you are tired after your trip." "The trip was all right," Roger replied coldly. "Though I don't like traveling against my will, I trust that the Arabs are paying you well for this little job." A momentary look of surprise crossed the man's handsome features, but he smiled quickly and said in an affable voice tinged with surprise, "Arabs. What do they have to do with this?" I do not know any Arabs. You do me an injustice to think that I would work for any other country than my own." Hoping that the results would justify his confidence, Roger replied, "Quit trying to bluff. South Americans have no reason to kidnap me. They'd have absolutely nothing to gain and plenty to lose by such actions. Even if they could fight a long, drawn-out war with us, they'd lose in the end. Why most of your scientists and engineers receive their graduate schooling up here? I met quite a few of your countrymen during my school days. You are an astute man." The South American smiled. "Yes, I am actually working for the League of Islam." He admitted it blandly without apparent conscience or remorse. "I can't say that I admire a man who'd sell his country, and not only that, but the whole Western Hemisphere down the river." "Did they pay you 30 pieces of silver?" Roger asked scornfully. "The stakes are much higher than that," the trader replied, without apparently being affected by Roger's scorn. "An empire awaits those who are bold, greater power and riches than any ruler has even known before." "I thought that we had left that behind with the 20th century. The desire for power is always with us," the trader, whose name was Manuel Juarez, said. "If I do not get it, someone else will. The struggle never ends." "Maybe that's true in some parts of the world," Roger said, "but we don't do things that way here." "Be that as it may," Juarez said with finality, "we won't speak of it again." Abruptly, he turned his chair toward a blank wall and pressed a button on the arm of the chair. The whole wall lit up with stereo color, and the room resounded with the hum of a crowd of people. "Skiing is an interesting sport," Juarez commented. "I enjoy watching the skill with which the skiers perform in these tournaments." Roger and Juarez watched a symphony of graceful form and movement against a backdrop of snow, blue sky, and tall pines. Both men sat in chairs that molded automatically to the shape of the body. Radiant heat bathed them in warmth that was a pleasant contrast to the wintry scene in the television wall. The instrument which showed them the ski tournament so clearly represented a force that had killed an entire industry 80 years earlier. The economic collapse and the development of good color stereo television had resulted in the complete destruction of the movie industry. Although there was still much poor entertainment on the air, any person could usually find entertainment to suit his taste, whether it was for adventure stories or Shakespeare, for popular music, or the works of the great composers. Roger was held in the house for about a week and a half. Although he did not know why he was held for such a long time, he knew that he was being watched with unceasing vigilance. He had no chance to escape. Then, suddenly, the enforced inactivity was over. Juarez and 2 guards entered his room. All 3 were dressed in outdoor clothing and were armed. "You will come with us peacefully," Juarez warned. "If you try anything foolish, we will not hesitate to kill you. We have other plans for you, but your death here would serve our purpose." Roger went. They left the house and prepared to enter a small channel-winged plane. The craft had a tear-shaped body flanked by 2 pontoon-like cylinders. Each cylinder contained 2 small jet engines, one blowing a stream of air forward and the other blowing a stream backward, across wing-like plates. A supersonic blast gave the wings enough lift so that the plane could hover, rise vertically, or move forward or backward with equal ease. Such planes could attain a speed of 450 miles per HA, or at this time, a small patrol plane of the same type was flying slowly through the area. Both of its occupants were thoroughly bored, and one of them began to look around through a pair of light-amplifying binoculars. He spotted the abduction scene taking place below. Every detail, including Roger's handcuffs, was crystal clear. The patrolman, his curiosity aroused, switched to ultraviolet sensitivity, but saw none of the code numbers that appeared on the bodies of all police planes. Handcuffs and no police markings met a check report to police headquarters. "Patrol 67, the policeman reported into the radio. "There is a prisoner being held in Zone 18. The plane has no police markings. The prisoner is about 5 feet 11 inches tall, has light hair, a rather large nose, and is wearing a green jacket over gray coveralls. One of the other men is dark, short, and stocky. "That sounds like Roger Loren," came the reply. "He disappeared from Arctic City about a week ago. There's a bulletin out on him. Keep a long-distance watch on that plane." About an hour after they had taken off, the fugitives, who were flying low, disappeared in the mountains and were lost to the police plane's radar. The sun set, and night settled its cold hand over the mountains. The stars glittered like icy diamonds in the almost black firmament. The moon bathed the world in cold, silvery light. The mountains rose like walls against the cold, dark sky. The plane climbed out of a canyon and flew southwest along the side of a high peak. At treetop level, they flew through a high pass and entered a valley where a small ice-covered lake gleamed in the cold moonlight. The plane landed on the glittering ice among the pines. On the west side of the lake stood a stately hunting lodge. The outside was faced with logs to give it a rustic look, but the interior was luxuriously furnished. Two men from the lodge pushed the plane into a hangar on the lakeshore, while Roger and his captors climbed a short flight of stairs and entered the building. "Now we wait," Juarez said disgustedly. "I hope the Gomez gets here soon so that we can get this business over with and get out of here. I cannot be sure, but I thought I saw someone following us after we took off this morning." But he didn't get his wish. For the next 3 days, the men passed the time in various ways. Some went fishing through the ice on the lake. Others watched television. Still others played cards or pool in the game room. During this time, the police were not idle. They staked out the house in Denver and waited. Their patience was rewarded when on the second night a small plane came down out of the dark sky and hovered over the landing area. A man dropped to the ground and headed toward the house, and the plane rose into the night with blue flame dancing from the ends of the wing cylinders and headed back toward the mountains. A large police plane high above traced the flight of the small ship with infrared detectors and spotted the hideout of the fugitives. On the third night, Miguel Gomez arrived. He was a big, strapping man, unusually light-complected for a South American. His greetings were loud and boisterous. "Well, Juarez," he said loudly, "I see that you have our prisoner in good condition, but we can do nothing for a while. A new plan has been developed. In 1 week, a rocket carrying high officials from our republic will take off from the Chicago spaceport. These officials go to inspect the lunar atomic laboratories. That rocket will crash, and the North Americans will be blamed. There will be evidence of general negligence with hints of sabotage, so the fun will begin. If that does not work, we will use our friend Loren here to top it off." That night, they listened to a late newscast before going to bed. The situation was tense. The president's meeting had been postponed until after the inspection of the moon laboratories by the South American officials. There was talk of a general mobilization and a tightening of discipline at the military stations along the Mexican border and the Gulf Coast. 500 miles above the Earth, the polar weather station wheeled silently through space, a sphere 200 feet in diameter. It was girded by a ring deck that was home to 40 men and women. The big observation room was the real reason for the space station's existence. Here, the weathermen kept watch over the movements of Earth's atmosphere. The fluffy white clouds that appeared on their screens told a tale of mass air movements that meant stormy or clear weather for the Earth below. An almost blinding white mass of cloud over Canada told of a cold front moving southward to collide with warm air from the Gulf of Mexico and unleash a blizzard over the plains of the Midwest. Tumbling clouds hit a storm that whipped the North Atlantic into a raging fury of white water. Clear areas showed where snow sparked under the winter sun, or where soft tropical breezes ruffled the fronds of palm trees. The station was passing over the pampas of Argentina on the day side of Earth when the incident occurred. Miriam Andrews, on duty at the time, sat watching the progress of a small rain squall, Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed her rather plain features, and she turned the amplifier, gain knob of the light-amplifying telescope to higher magnification. On the screen appeared a sprawling airport, on which lay scores of large, box-like transport planes. Into the huge channel-winged craft flowed lines of robot-controlled armored vehicles. Miriam, who had a keen mind and an interest in international affairs, recognized the dangerous possibilities of these preparations. She did not hesitate to call the station director. That individual was summoned from a deep sleep by the imperative buzzing of the intercom. He switched the instrument on, saw Miriam's excited face, and came fully awake with a feeling of alarm. Excitement on the part of station personnel was apt to mean deadly danger. He interrupted the excited girl. "Repeat that again and slow down." Miriam repeated her story. "I'll send a message when we get close enough to Chicago to use a tight beam," he said. "There's no use spreading that news all over the Western Hemisphere." With that, he broke the connection and called the radio room to give instructions about the message. The station swept around the Earth untroubled by the gathering fury below. A rocket, a slender blue steel winged cone, blasted away from the station with a brief but brilliant display of its atomic jets. The watches changed, and the weathermen continued to receive data, analyze it, and send it to the coordinating centers on Earth. Although most of the men on the station heard the news with a detachment of those whose main interest lies in space and on the moon, the North American government was not so calm. It was not long before big formations of box-like transports were headed southward with heavy loads of flying armored equipment, technicians, and troops. Flights of Dart-like interceptors patrolled the Gulf area, ranging the blue skies at supersonic speeds. On the ground, rows of slim anti-aircraft missiles stood like candles in a birthday cake. At the first flicker on a radar screen, they would scream skyward to intercept hydrogen and atom-armed missiles at the borderline of space. Both powers made good resolutions of non-aggression, but the rest of the world watched the preparations with a skeptical eye. The weapons that could unleash the horrors of nuclear warfare at the flick of a switch stood in frightening array on both sides of the Gulf. Meanwhile, the police prepared to close in on the mountain cabin. Equipped with gas bombs, machine pistols, and recoilless rifles, they came struggling through a snow-clogged pass and down the mountain sides from hovering planes. Unseen in the darkness, they crept through the woods toward the house. A rifle shot cracked as a guard sighted them with his sniper scope. One of the policemen fell, a bullet in his leg. The lights in the house went out, and gun flashes lanced through the windows. Bullets, hunting their prey like angry wasps, snarled through the darkness. Robert was locked in an upstairs bedroom with a guard before the door. During the next 2 hours, the roar of machine pistols and the crack of rifle fire split the mountain stillness and echoed from the hillsides. At the end of that time, the police withdrew to rearrange their strategy. Juarez sat on the floor near a broken window and cleaned his machine pistol. "I think that it is time to kill Lauren and get out of here," he said, as he placed a fresh clip in the magazine. "It will serve us to good advantage, fool." Gomez exclaimed, "If they found us with a dead man on our hands, we wouldn't stand a chance. I have used this place enough to know that they have us pinned in. We can use Lauren as a bargaining point. We will arrange to take him with us and drop him by parachute. But the parachute will not open. A convertiplane which I have called will meet us above the clouds and take us away before they can stop us." "They will not trust our word," Juarez said. "We cannot get away with it." "Oh, but we can," Gomez said. "The police know that Lauren's death would have regrettable results. Even the fact that he is a citizen of the North American Union would be enough to start trouble, let alone his position as a key research man on the neutron project. They will do anything to see that he remains alive. The scheme will further enrage the North Americans and might perhaps incite them to war." "I see," replied Juarez. An excellent plan. Let's contact the police and see what happens. Unseen by the guards around the house, 4 policemen crawled through the snow. Wearing white uniforms, they blended so well with their background that even the sniper-scope men didn't see them. Their view was limited by the fact that most of the large lights that had flooded the area with infrared radiation had been shattered by gunfire. Individual beams were insufficient to sweep the whole area. Carrying 30-shot rocket launchers and rocket-powered gas bombs, they took positions around the house and aimed the slender guns. At a radio signal, streams of red fire shot from the tubes, and the small rockets tore through every window in the house. In a few minutes, the place was saturated with sleep gas. Not a man moved throughout the building. Policemen in gas masks converged on the house. Roger awoke on a stretcher aboard a police plane. A police officer sitting beside the stretcher answered his dazed inquiries. "You are on a police plane?" "We gassed the place where you were being held and then moved in and took over." He grinned. "You looked so peaceful that I didn't have the heart to give you stimulants. How long has it been?" Roger asked worriedly. "I'd like to call my wife as soon as I can. She's probably worried sick by now. It's been close to 3 hours," the officer replied. "We had to buck a snowstorm when we came out of that valley. We knew it was coming, but we thought that we could move in ahead of it and get you out before it struck. Unfortunately, they spotted us with those big infrared lights of theirs and threw our timing all out of kilter. We should be in Denver in less than half an hour." 20 minutes later, the plane set down on the landing stage at the top of police headquarters. Roger was helped to his feet and led from the plane across the wind and snow-lashed platform to an elevator. A few minutes later, he sat in the office of the Federal Police Commissioner for the Rocky Mountain District. Roger asked permission to use the desk view phone and quickly put through a call to Arctic City. In a few minutes, Linda's face appeared on the screen. When she saw Roger, her face lit up with joy. "Roger!" she exclaimed. "I've been so worried about you, I haven't been able to sleep for days, wondering what they might do to you." "I am all right, honey," Roger reassured her. "I'll be home in less than a day if the police don't detain me here." "Better have her come to Chicago," the commissioner interrupted. "You'll have to stay there until we get this mess straightened out." "I guess it would be better for you to come to Chicago. The police say that it'll take a while to clear this business up. Maybe you'd better take a jet. It would be more comfortable for you." "I'll take the evening rocket," Linda replied determinedly. "Okay," Roger said with a grin. "I'll see you this evening then." "Your wife seems anxious to see you," the officer remarked dryly. "Well, you may as well tell me about this business. I'll send you on the rocket this afternoon so that you can meet your wife. We're not sure just what was behind this kidnapping." Roger narrated the events of the past 2 weeks, explaining the part the Arabs were playing in the troubles between North and South America. "The Arabs, eh?" the officer mused. "I'm sending the prisoners to Chicago with you. I don't think that it will be too hard to get a cerebral analysis writ. At least I am going to recommend such action." "Cerebral analysis?" Roger asked. "That must be something new." "It is," replied the officer. "This particular development of the encephalograph is so new that not many people know about it. The machine in Chicago is the only one in existence. We use truth drug writs to make it legal and still keep it secret. It isn't exactly according to Hoyle, but we have to be careful these days. It takes an expert to read the charts, and even then only very clear thoughts can be picked up." "It sounds like something out of science fiction," Roger commented. "So did a lot of things we now take for granted," replied the officer. Late that afternoon, Roger sat aboard a rocket that screamed through the upper atmosphere on the last leg of its flight to Chicago. He watched through an eyeport as the ship lost altitude and circled the city, finally coming to rest with squealing tires on the concrete runway. As soon as the locks were opened, Roger, accompanied by a police officer, left the ship and went through the boarding tunnel into the bustling terminal building. Roger's eyes searched the crowd until they found Linda. He hurried toward her, and in a few minutes they were in each other's arms. After 2 days of quiet relaxation, a plainclothesman took them to the tower of the security building, which housed the federal police. The place was an electronic wonderland, with banks of instruments lining the walls. Gomez had been drugged and strapped into a large chair in the center of the room. His scalp was shaved, and several electrodes had been taped on during the next hour and a half. The silence was broken only by the occasional click of a switch and the scratch of pens recording data. At the end of that time, the electrodes were removed and Gomez was carried from the room to sleep off the anesthesia. One after another, the prisoners went through the same process. Gradually, the data added up and revealed the plan that was meant to plunge 2 nations into the horrors of atomic war. An officer gave quick orders. "I want all outgoing spaceships checked for sabotage." These men didn't know the technical details. The least obvious thing to do would be to tamper with the fuel in such a way that it would explode violently when it was heated in the motors. The nitric acid used in the booster stage would make the best reactant. The rocket would be too close to the ground to drop the booster. Better check the fuel before the rocket carrying those South American officials blasts off. He turned to Roger. "Would you like to see how we stake out a place?" "Sure," replied Roger. "Spaceports are always interesting." They left the building and rode to the rocket field. Night had fallen, and the spaceport lay stark and cold in the beams of large floodlights. 3 spaceships stood on the field, their bluish sides gleaming in the beams of the floodlights. To the south, a transcontinental rocket rose into the night like a spark from a chimney. The air was bitter with the temperature at 18 below. "Take a look." The police officer handed Roger a pair of binoculars. Roger placed the instrument to his eyes, and the side of the center rocket leaped toward him. He saw a man in the red overalls of a fuel technician climb the gantry alongside the center rocket and push something into a valve on the side of the booster stage near its juncture with the main part of the ship. "Do you see that mechanic on the center rocket?" Roger asked. "Let's see," the officer replied and looked toward that rocket. "Yes, I see him now. A mechanic shouldn't be pushing anything into that valve. That particular valve is used to jettison fuel in an emergency. A blast of compressed air will usually clear anything out of it. If that doesn't work, the valve has to be taken apart to be cleaned. I'd like to know just what he shoved into that valve." The officer spoke briefly into his pocket radio. 4 policemen moved toward the entrances that led into the deep pit where the rocket stood. The technician closed the valve and climbed down the ladder. As soon as his feet touched the concrete floor of the pit, he was seized by the waiting policeman. A pistol shot cracked, and the prisoner sagged to the floor with a hole in his chest. Instant confusion reigned in the pit, and in that confusion the assassins somehow escaped when the officer and Roger arrived. They found the policeman talking with a fuel technician. The technician left the group and climbed the ladder to the valve. He opened it and inserted a spring-operated probe. "The valve's clean!" he shouted down. "I'll take off some of the nitric acid." He did so, collecting the liquid in a small sample bottle which he carried on his belt. Climbing down the ladder, he handed the bottle to the officer in charge, who handed it to Roger. Roger unscrewed the cap and cautiously sniffed the contents. "I can't be sure, but if it's what I think it is, you'd better not have the tanks drained until morning. Give it a chance to dissolve, otherwise you'll have some left in the tanks. It doesn't react very rapidly at low temperatures." "Just what do you think it is?" the officer asked. "Well," Roger replied, "it's probably some organic compound that would react with the nitric acid to form an explosive nitrate. Of course, it could be an ammonium compound that would react to form ammonium nitrate. That would do the job just as well." 3 weeks later, the agents were brought to trial for espionage and conspiracy to start a war. The whole story of the Arab plot came out. Following the lead of the North American Union, the South American Republic carried out an investigation of its own and discovered the part the Arabs had played in various incidents on the southern continent. Later that summer, the Gibraltar Conference met to settle grievances between the Western powers and the League of Islam. King Ignatius II of the restored Spanish monarchy acted as a mediator. Reluctantly, the North American Union agreed to let the Arabs build a spaceport in the Sahara, thus giving them a chance to trade directly with the lunar colonies. On their part, the Arabs agreed to internationalize the Suez Canal area on condition of free passage across the isthmus for Arab traffic between Egypt and Palestine. The Arabs refused flatly to allow a re-establishment of the Republic of Israel, but would allow Jews to settle in the Holy Land under yearly quotas. Despite reluctance and bitterness, a compromise was reached, and war was averted for the moment about. A week after the trial, Roger and Linda sat at a table in the large spaceport restaurant. Through the large window facing the rocket field, they could see clouds driven by an early March wind. Intermittent flurries of rain splashed against the glass. Roger happened to look up and see an elderly man approaching the table. His face lit up with recognition. "Well, Professor Nolan," he said, offering his hand, "I am glad to see you. I am glad to see that you got out of that trouble all right," Nolan replied as they shook hands. "This is my wife, Linda," Roger said. "We're just about to order lunch. Won't you join us?" "It would be a pleasure," replied Nolan as he sat down. "I'd like to hear about what happened to you." Roger talked as he had punched their order into the robot server and through most of the meal that arrived a few moments later. When he had finished his story, Nolan asked him, "Do you intend to go back to Arctic City now that this is over?" "No," Roger answered. "The pile at Arctic City is nearly completed. My part of the work is done. Anyway, I've been offered a job on the neutron rocket project at the lunar laboratories, and Linda and I are leaving for the moon in about an hour. I enjoyed working there before." The moon colonists seem to have something that most Earthmen lack. I guess you'd call it a pioneering spirit, a desire to explore. They are willing to accept new ideas, but that's enough about myself. "I've been wondering how you got away." "Simple enough," Nolan replied. "The men who were left behind pulled out and left me at the camp when they heard about your rescue. They probably didn't care to kill me if they didn't have to. They left while I was asleep and probably went over the pole into Russia. They took my ship, but I was able to call for help with the radio. What happens to them doesn't matter anyway. We'll probably never hear of them again. I suppose it won't be long before we have colonies on all the planets with that neutron rocket you mentioned." "It'll be a while yet," Roger said. "There are a lot of problems involved in the development of a neutron rocket, and as long as we have to use a fuel processed by passing hydrogen through an electric arc and into an expensive organic compound at low temperatures, space travel will be too expensive for anything more than the exploration expeditions that have been sent to Mars and Venus." The voice of the announcer interrupted them. "The spaceship Goddard is loading passengers from Tunnel 11. All passengers must be aboard in 20 minutes. Roger and Linda rose from the table. "That's our ship," Roger said. "We better get aboard. Goodbye, Professor Nolan. I hope we meet again. Goodbye, young fellow, and good luck." Nolan gripped Roger's hand. 30 minutes later, the professor stood at the window and watched the preparations for blastoff. The tail gantry crane moved away from the rocket, and a siren blared forth its warning. The booster motors were started, splashing green flame into the pit and shaking the ground with their roar. The tall ship rose slowly at first, and then more rapidly as it climbed the column of green flame into the clearing sky. It grew small and disappeared. A few minutes later, the ship's atomic drive came to life like a tiny new sun that was a beacon on the path to space. End of the third party by Lee B. Hallam.
The Man Who Amazed Fish, by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, May 1943. It is bad form to murder one's customers, but the ancient Chinese alchemist had other, more subtle methods with which to take care of his country's invaders. Through the lattice-work screen, Dr. Shen Fu watched the Japanese officer enter the drug shop of 1,000 years. In his heart was a sharp sword, but his face was bland as he walked out to meet the smug little man. "I am the proprietor, Dr. Shen Fu," he said aloofly. "And I, General Nishikori, in charge of this district." The doctor nodded, but he did not bow. He stood tall and straight as a bamboo reed, despite his years. He was shrewd, a Hanlin graduate, a famed alchemist who had discovered the secret of immortality, so he spoke without fear. "The district needs no one to take charge of it. It has been Chinese soil for countless centuries, and so forever shall it remain, unless by some fantastic power you are able to carry it back to Nippon." The stunted general wondered whether he should be insulted and claim that he had lost face. It was the usual trick of his people, but he turned from it. He could make better use of the famed doctor by treating him with a modicum of respect. Therefore, he ate bitterness and managed a somewhat bilious-looking smile. "I wish tea," he said. "This is a drug shop, not a tea house." "Nevertheless, I wish tea." The doctor said gently, "I accept your command. Tea shall it be." A clerk went to fetch the divine beverage, and though he was overly long, the general made no comment. He could afford to be patient, since he had caused this noted doctor of Hangzhou to bend to his will. Finally, the tea was ready, and the clerk brought a small table and one chair. "Will you not join me?" asked General Nishikori. "Alas, I had 7 cups before you came. I can drink no more." "At least sit at the table with me," said the general. He was provoked beyond reason, but he did not show it. "I have important matters to discuss with you. I prefer to stand, and if I command, I will obey, but I will not listen. The heart is without fear. If you have come to me for help, choose your words well. I was walking this earth, a free man even before your grandfather was born. I refuse to cringe before his grandson. Honor should be bestowed upon age, as well as bombs, the firing squad, and poison gas." The general's education had been extensive. He repeated maneuvers by rote, but here was a set of circumstances that had not been drilled into him. He tried to sit straight and tall, drawing his back up till it looked as though his neck was being goose-stretched. He was a member of the Bushido. He loomed large in his own importance, but he avoided looking in mirrors. He resented the fact that Dr. Shen Fu was so very tall. He hated to have the doctor towering over him as he sipped his tea. He found it unpalatable. "The tea is bitter," he said fretfully. "Unfortunately, for years we of China have been drinking only bitter tea. Our Japanese tea is fragrant. Drink of it well, while you have the opportunity. It is ill-advised for the conquered to threaten." "Why threaten? I might have poisoned the tea had I so desired." Mr. Nishikori had a bad moment, but he did not show it. "I hope you did not," he said. "I am too important to my nation to die. That is debatable. However, you were served naught but bitter tea. I cannot be untrue to business tradition. It is bad form to murder one's customers." "A customer, yes, and one who can pay well." "With what?" "Chinese money." "I cannot accept money that has blood on it. Rather pay me in rice." "It would be unwise. You might feed it to the poor. Starving people are more easily overcome. They have little opposition in them. Our new order in East Asia must be established by undernourishment. I am General Nishikori. I will not be defied. My word is supreme law in Hangzhou. You can be of service to my soldiers, and I repeat, you will be well paid. For treachery, No, for certain drugs that I need. Then you must pay in rice. Should I hand you over to a firing squad? It matters little. I have solved the riddle of immortality. Your bullets could do no more than wound me severely, but in time I would recover. However, I do not presume to decide such weighty problems for you, though if I am shot, your chances of getting drugs are nil. Speak quickly. I have other customers entering the shop. Throw them out. The general stormed. No. Their wishes shall be attended to while you finish your tea. As he spoke, Dr. Shen Fu turned and walked over to greet 10 newcomers. Usually he left the tending of shop to clerks well versed in the intricacies of the pharmacopoeia, but not now, for he wanted to. Throw Nishikori's pomp in his face. For 1,000 years Shen Fu's ancestors had ruled over this drug shop with its large areas of ground that were used for warehouses, clerks' homes and gardens. Besides a considerable reserve for the herd of deer whose horns were ground up to make important and popular medicines. A rich man was desirous of purchasing ginseng tonic. One of the most expensive preparations in all the world for ginseng is the medicine par excellence, the dernier resort when all drugs fail. A few drops of ginseng will raise the dead to life, and it is even whispered that after 3 centuries, the ginseng root changes into a man with white blood. Dr. Shen Fu measured out the life-giving fluid with reverence, though he knew that as a restorative it was somewhat overrated. The drug was about 40% tonic and 60% folklore and legend. Still, it was worth 10 times its weight in pure gold, and so not to be handled carelessly. A coolie wanted some powdered dragon's bones to reduce his child's fever. Dr. Shen Fu made no charge to the poor man, but added the cost to the sum for the ginseng, since the rich man was better able to pay. Before returning to General Nishikori, he surveyed the familiar scenes about him, the black enameled boards with golden characters, containing suitable proverbs, the shelves filled with rows of blue and white porcelain jars, with square pewter covers containing various liquids of an array of colors. Vermilion medicines were those eagerly sought for by the sick. Above, on the upper shelves were smaller octagonal-based jars containing sundry expensive seeds or ready-mixed powders. It was the custom of Dr. Shen Fu to give advice free to those too poor to afford a doctor. Intense hatred gnawed at the doctor's heart. All this might be swept away, lost forever, if something were not done to stem the vicious Jap flood. He stood for an instant before the tiny alcove that sheltered the altar to Shen Nung, the god of healing. The smoke of burning incense spiraled languidly upward, as though to foretell that someday China would sweep out her invaders with the broom of circumstances. But could the old drug shop be saved? That was a moot question. Shen Fu's face was a mask as leisurely he returned to General Nishikori, who appeared as puffed up with venom as an adder. Nevertheless, he swallowed his pride, though it was harder than gulping a live toad. "Take me to a room where we may speak without interruption," he said, and there was silk in his tone. But he could not help adding, "If we remain here, I may be forced to order your execution." "That is hardly a prelude for a satisfactory conversation," the doctor said gently. "However, your command shall be obeyed. Come." As he spoke, he led the way through a steep, winding hall of unusual length, until they entered a windowless room, at the far end of which a single candle burned feebly. "See," said Shen Fu, "the candle weeps. It weeps for China." As he spoke, a heavy brass-studded teakwood door swung closed and they were wrapped in silence. The sudden change from daylight to a room that was almost in darkness was more than Nishikori's myopic eyes could stand. "Light," he cried. "I demand light." Instantly a lantern blazed forth so brightly that it dazzled Nishikori. But Dr. Shen Fu ignored the general's discomfiture as he said, "Be seated. Here we can converse secure from interruption. The room is soundproof and below the level of the earth. In this hidden room, it would be well for you not to be too arrogant. Here, I alone, am master. This shop has never been invaded by the Japanese, nor will it ever be. Rather would I turn it into a monstrous bomb that would annihilate Hangzhou. Rest assured that in my warehouses are the ingredients and facilities for doing so. It is pleasant to mull over the extraordinary proposition that I could order your destruction and dispose of your body by using an acid bath to eat it away, and no one would ever know what had become of so illustrious a general. However, I hesitate to do anything distressing to your person, since you have already said you have come as a customer. Only a fool turns away business. But what you buy, I repeat, must be paid for in rice, Japanese rice. I will deal with you on no other terms. I admire your spirit, said Nishikori, and there was surprisingly little bombast in his tone. Of the situation you are now master. Naturally, I agree to your terms. I am confronted by a curious perplexity, and I have decided you are the one best fitted to solve it. Not by as much as the flickering of an eyelid did Dr. Shen Fu acknowledge the compliment. His face was a grim mask in a play that was certainly not for children, but Nishikori, drilled in a military school of automatons, was unable to distinguish the signs of peril that were all about him, for they were written in water. So he went on speaking. Our conquest of your country has gone on well. For the most part, we have met with little opposition. And so you were forced to drop poison gas and disease germ-infected cotton on unprotected people so that plagues might break out. Relinquish your filthy untruths, or I shall close my ears against your words. And if you leave this room alive, it will only be by a miracle. Let us both speak bluntly. Your slogan is not Asia for the Asiatics, but Asia for the Japanese. Your warlords are vile. Proceed. That is an affront to the Bushido. Here, let us put aside our heroic robes. My patience is wearing thin. If you have a purpose in your visit, expound it. Otherwise, I must turn to my own affairs. Like a frog in a well is a man of small thoughts. At that moment, General Nishikori had the feeling that he was wearing a hair shirt. But to argue farther with this ancient doctor, who was without fear, was as futile as catching a fish and throwing away the net. So he continued speaking as though there had been no interruption. My visit to you is not concerned with war, he said in a honeyed tone. I am here to help save lives, not to expend them. We have found, as we march peacefully through your vast cultivated river provinces, the farmers have an unpleasant habit of opening the dikes and spreading havoc among our soldiers. Recently, after we had taken the city of Hankou and were marching forward toward further conquests, the dikes of the river were suddenly opened, and 55,000 Japanese soldiers, carrying full pack, were drowned, while the Chinese lost 3 times that many, stamped into the earth by roaring floods to make fertilizer for next year's crops. What manner of people are the Chinese who would throw their own lives away in such stupid fashion? Our men died that China might live. Perhaps the spirits of Confucius, Mencius and Lao Tzu walked among them to welcome them among the immortals. Our sages are great because they never look for ivory in a rat's teeth. Nevertheless, this problem of losing almost as many soldiers by drowning as are killed in battle is a serious problem that I have set myself to solve. Knowing that your drug shop is renowned throughout all the 18 provinces, I lay my problem at your feet. I've heard that you are 150 years old. Age is elastic. A boy with a sore foot is an old man. An ancient with firm step and good teeth is young. Some say I have drugs to cure all sicknesses, but alas, I have none to cure China's present acute distress. Unless, but I hesitate to express the knowledge that recently my eyes have given unto me as I walk through the countryside. Once more the Che plant is growing in profusion in our farms and hillsides. The Che plant, repeated Nishikori. What is that? It is a plant of supernatural growth and auspicious omen. It is only to be found when virtuous leaders are leading our government. It augurs well for the future of Chiang Kai-shek. But China is beaten, protested Nishikori. She's on her knees. Beaten? Beaten? What is the meaning of that word? We know it not in the 18 provinces. But let us proceed. You have come to me for help, because you are concerned over the loss by drowning of so many men. Mr. Nishikori smiled. Now they were on firmer ground. Perhaps you can prepare an elixir for me so that my men will be able to live beneath the water to survive floods without undue fatigue. In short, a drug that will bestow upon them the province of living under water indefinitely. An interesting proposition, said Dr. Shen Fu gently, and I am glad that you have consulted me, for my library is bulging with ancient manuscripts, some that have been recopied from bamboo books on the Lian Tan, the drug of transmutation, and of the powdered pearl medicine which is the concrete essence of the moon. Let me ponder over my manuscripts for a few days. I am sure that the results will be worth your trouble. So General Nishikori departed and returned again in 3 days. Dr. Shen Fu greeted him in a manner that was almost affable. A book is only a man talking, he said. And since your departure, I have been listening to the voices of the ancients. But it was not until this early morning that my efforts were rewarded. All through the night I loitered in my garden, entranced by the countless whispering voices about me. When the dawn crimsoned the sky with peony splendor, I drank the dew that had fallen from the magnolia trees, for I had solved the riddle that so perplexed you. I walked with padded footsteps into my mixing room. No one was about, no one was stirring. The accumulated mass of knowledge I had absorbed so hurriedly became simplified. I worked fast and with sure hand. I mixed the ingredients well. The resultant pills are perhaps the most expensive to be found in all the world, and, for their purpose, the most powerful. From his sleeve, he drew an elegant jade bottle with a legend in red grass characters upon it, "May Chiang Kai-shek have 10,000 lives." But Mr. Nishikori paid not the slightest attention to the inscription, for he did not understand Chinese. But it wouldn't have mattered if he had been versed in the language of the 4 seas. So intent was he on his purpose. Cold perspiration stood out upon his forehead in beads, and even his narrow, close-cropped head was damp. He took off his glasses and polished them carefully, that he might the better see, for Dr. Shen Fu was pouring small vermilion pills into the palm of his hand. Nishikori liked the color. The doctor had staked much on its psychological effect. 1 pill and 1 pill only, that is all that is necessary, he explained. Your men will find little difficulty swimming for sustained periods under water. Nor will the effects of the drug wear off, rather will the power of it intensify with each day that passes. My idea for this great boon to humanity was motivated by the writings of renowned Lieh Tzu, who ages and ages ago conquered the laws of gravitation. Accounts of his adventures are written history for all who care to read. While the doctor was speaking, General Nishikori gulped 2 of the pills, believing he was unobserved. Shen Fu smiled, and the eyes of his heart grew merry, but his face mirrored not his thoughts. Perhaps, ere long, the ghost of chaos would be halted, and the ruined sky swept clean of enemy planes. The elixir has been delivered, he said. Now your payment shall begin. Set out at various street intersections of the city huge tubs of cooked rice that the poor may eat till their stomachs groan. My clerks will designate the positions where the tubs are to be placed, and they will go along with you to see that instructions are carried out and to ensure the good quality of the rice. It is fitting that I have put into those tiny pellets certain ingredients that, for want of a better word, I shall call harmonious elements. With discord they will evaporate as surely as the clouds are a dragon and the wind a tiger. The slightest chicanery might spoil the experiment. General Nishikori was a man of action. He lived by the sword and had little respect for words, nor did he know that many an unhappy culprit has been impaled on a sentence. He liked not the idea of wasting rice when so many of his own people back in Japan were starving. True, it was only the peasant whose stomachs were being gnawed constantly by hunger. The Bushido and the warlords were well fed. The emperor feasted well in his golden prison and wondered what evil was abroad in the land. But he was too weak to lift his hand to stem it if he had wanted to. Nishikori was more than half tempted to destroy this vile doctor who had flaunted his power and insulted the Bushido, now that his use was at an end. But suppose the pills did not work. Suppose the doctor had anticipated just such treachery and acted accordingly. What good would be a dead Shen Fu? Better keep him alive, so that he could be tortured fittingly in the Japanese manner if the pills failed. But there was another factor also to be considered. The doctor, living, might be a safeguard for him if sickness or distress flitted about his person. With a sigh, Nishikori reluctantly agreed to put out the tubs of rice, reluctance that was seasoned with fear. He shuddered to think of what might happen if all the hungry were fed. Famine was the best ally Japan had, next to disease. What a pity it was that the plague germs dropped from airplanes in carefully prepared cotton batting had not caused the anticipated havoc. Asia for the Asiatics, but for the Chinese bubonic plague, the Imperial Japanese New Order. During the next few days, General Nishikori was much pleased with the effects of the drug. A few of his men had experimented. They had stayed under water for over an hour. The experiment had been conducted at Westlake, not far from the new hotel where Mr. Nishikori was living in luxurious quarters. So long did his men remain below water, he imagined they had been drowned and was about to return to his hotel for tiffin when they reappeared, laughing and jabbering excitedly. The only casualty was that one of them had lost his glasses. The general was overjoyed. Now he was indeed the leader of an army of supermen, but there was one oddity that was of little importance. He himself, scarcely aware of his own actions, plunged into the lake, all clothed as he was, and swam about, all forgetful of the war and of the officers that were waiting to have tiffin with him at the hotel. When at last he came out of the lake, he was jubilant, though his uniform was a sorry spectacle and he looked as bedraggled as the lowliest soldier. But what matter? His head was in the clouds. Now indeed would he be a conqueror, and his fame would go down in history among the greatest warriors the world has ever known. Perhaps it would be better to kill Shen Fu after all, so that no other person might learn this amazing secret. Back at the hotel, after he had bathed and put on dry clothes, he swallowed 2 more pills before joining the officers who were waiting for him. The doctor had said that 1 pellet was sufficient perhaps for a private soldier, but he was a noble general, a member of the Bushido, and his father had been an aristocrat with special privileges. Late that evening, when he had been able to shake off the leech like petty officers, he returned to Westlake, cast off his clothes and plunged into the cool, refreshing water. His throat had felt parched. Though the day had been cool, he had suffered intensely. There must have been much humidity in the air. Another thing that troubled him was that red marks had appeared on either side of his throat just below the ears, odd straight marks, half as long as his thumb. They looked like old knife wounds that had only recently healed. He had an unaccountable feeling, a wish that they would break open. Then it would not be so difficult to breathe. But now as he glided through the waters of Westlake, among the lotuses, all was right once more. No longer was it difficult to breathe. The night was full of spring, even though it was early autumn. A yellow moon hung low in the sky, or was it the rising sun of Japan glistening on the wide domains it would soon encompass? He laughed gut-tearily. Someday Japan would control the world. General Nishikori remained in the water until the first silver fingers of morning lifted to gently push aside the veil of night. Then with great reluctance he came ashore, put on his clothes, and became an important personage once more, the commandant of all the armies in Zhejiang province. However, he could not refrain from casting a glance over his shoulder at the enticing water of the lake. Never had he passed so glorious a night. Nor was he, aware that after 10 long desolate years of constant defeat, the scales of fortune were tipping slowly in China's favor. In Sichuan and Hunan provinces especially, old China, revitalized by supplies from the allied nations, was slowly pushing back her enemies, topped by an especially brilliant victory at Changsha. Once more the tea of the Middle Kingdom was fragrant, free of its bitter, bitter taste. General Nishikori walked about as though in a dream, little concerned with what was happening about him. He even ceased to deplore the necessity of putting out tubs of rice for the poor in accordance with the directions of Dr. Shen Fu. His officers tended to this for him, obeying like automatons. The red marks at the sides of his neck caused him almost constant discomfiture. Occasionally they bled slightly. Every day he stopped at the drug shop of 1,000 years to talk with the learned doctor. He asked the doctor to examine the marks on his neck. Shen Fu smiled as he gazed upon them. "You have nothing to worry about," he said. "Strangely enough, some of the officers of my staff are similarly marked. You are blood brothers. It is a good omen." He did not bother adding that he meant a good omen for China. After a moment he continued, "When the flesh separates, you will be able to swim even better." Nishikori was little perturbed at the prospect. On the contrary, he seemed well satisfied. He walked out into the garden to the large artificial fish pond. The water was like clear turquoise. The goldfish reflected the sun. How clear and cool the water was, with here and there a pond lily or a lotus. His throat was dry. Slowly he walked around the pool, gazing at the shimmering fish. He was so fascinated that hours passed without his knowledge. Meanwhile, his men were acting in a peculiar fashion. All seemed keenly elated. They cast aside their guns. Their interest in war had evaporated. Many of their necks were bleeding slightly from small slits below the ears. As though they were fleeing from a plague-infested city, they rushed down to the river's edge. Some were running, but it was a joyous rout. Many were laughing. A few tried to sing, but their throats were too dry for that. And in their wake walked many of the people of Hangzhou, uninterested in their actions, but still bent on one of the great occasions of the year, to watch the Hangzhou boar at the autumnal equinox, that strangest and most startling phenomenon of nature along the entire Asiatic coast. The estuary at the mouth of the Xiantang River, from Yangtze Cape on the north to the opposite point of land on the south, is about 65 miles in width. And from the Yangtze Cape to where the boar begins to form is about 80 miles. Throughout this distance, the estuary narrows down to about 8 miles, producing a broad funnel-shaped channel. The roar of the tidal wave can be heard for 45 minutes before it comes into view. Instead of the banks of this channel being straight and regular, they are very crooked, the right or southern bank being pushed in upon the land a great distance. This concavity of the channel bank deflects the tidal currents, throwing them against the river currents, which, together with the piling up of the water as it crowds into the apex of this funnel-shaped channel, produces the phenomenon known as the bore. On this particular occasion, thousands of Chinese, quiet and orderly, were crowding the great stone embankment. Throngs which permitted the free movement of the Japanese troops, who ran pell-mell down the dikes to await the coming bore. Many, overzealous, sprang into the river and swam toward the onrushing flood, but none of them spoke. None of them said anything, nor did they utter a sound, though their lips moved. It was the supreme hour of their existence. On they came like beetles, swarming over one another, forcing the front ranks into the water. But none cared. The cool water closed over them willingly. Onward, the monstrous wave plunged, as an ancient poet has written, muttering, hurrying, seething and surging, confused and troubled, vast, unbridled, immensely deep and wide, a chaos unlimited. It hopes to seize the southern hills. It reaches up to the azure sky, confident it will leap over the steep banks. The poet wrote long before Qian Shiyu built the first dike walls in AD 910. Since that time, many superb engineers have added to this great work, so that now the thousands of Chinese spectators were enabled to stand at the summit of the dikes and watch the water carnival with considerable safety. They ate kumquats, melon seeds and dried almonds. The children chanted verses and laughter was plentiful, but the elders were silent. The few venturesome riverboats were tied fast to the shore, but the water lifted them so high that they strained at their chains and ropes. They rocked madly at the impact of the water, which rose to a height of 25 feet, carrying all the Japanese soldiers along with it. Certainly, for the Chinese it was a time for eating kumquats. Within 45 minutes, the flood subsided, but the invading soldiers returned no more to Hangzhou, preferring to go out to sea on the ebb tide. But none were drowned. All were content. Dr. Shen Fu's experiment had been eminently successful. Truly, he had created 1,000 blessings pills. But he was unable to visit the ramparts of the river. It would not have been in good taste, for he still had a guest in his establishment. In the lotus pond, General Nishikori was swimming around joyously. The fish were amazed. End of The Man Who Amazed Fish by Frank Owen. Mr. Hyde and Seek by Malcolm Magan Ferguson. Weird Tales, May 1950. From the way you describe it, Doctor, the Orne place does indeed sound as if it had a poltergeist bouncing around inside it, Thomas Chadwick reflected, turning the nutmeg grounds about in the tumbler in his gaunt, weather-stained hand, which is, of course, more readily said than settled. For how does one cope with such a critter? Assuming that Eliza Blaine is host, or hostess, rather, for this manifestation, should she and it be treated according to the concepts which the psychologists use when they so gingerly deal with such a phenomenon, or in terms of the specialists in psychic affairs? For my part, sir, if I were more deeply involved, I'd try neither, but record any phenomena in simple terms and try to settle in my own mind enough of their nature to warrant an attempt to break them up. Good. Good. Now, can we start from the beginning, with some idea what the term poltergeist means to you? Yes. Sometimes strange supernormal happenings occur in the vicinity of an adolescent which come to be attributed to the operation of an alien power, directing agent, elemental force, or what you will, upon his victim's personality. The picture is that of a hermit crab in the shell of a periwinkle, only here the same skull quarters are shared simultaneously by an alternately dominant and dormant power and victim. The psychologist is on a spot, since this setup would be duck soup for a Freudian explanation if it weren't for the recorded hell-raisings outside of the subject's accomplishments. Such unaccountable but recurrent pranks as a deluge of stones, strange peltings which explain the German name poltergeist, pelting ghost, and a variety of caprices worthy of a Puck or a kobold. I refilled Chadwick's glass and my own, taking the hot water with which to dilute the rum from a kettle in a chimney niche built a century back for this purpose. But the hell of it is, the symptoms are external to the subject, Chadwick argued, and the creditability of such evidence must be tested before we can establish a satisfactory attitude regarding the poltergeist. I was just agreeing with my elderly friend when a car's headlights swept Chadwick's window. That's probably Oliver Orne now, I commented, going to the door. Orne was a strong, wiry man in his late 40s. He greeted Chadwick and explained that he had learned of my whereabouts from the switchboard operator, who habitually rerouted the calls of my practice at my request. "Mr. Chadwick and I were just talking about your ward's case. He has lived and worked in many parts of the world, and exercised common sense on plenty of problems which would stump a young country doctor like myself." Chadwick cut my eulogy with an epithet of mock contempt and turned inquiringly to Orne. "Well, what I came for is this. Eliza went up to bed about 9, while my wife and I sat in the kitchen listening to the radio. Just after Eliza went upstairs, the radio began to static badly, so I turned it off. I went on reading the newspaper, but noticed that everything was real quiet, the sounds Eliza made getting ready for bed sounding miles away. Suddenly she screamed. Then we heard scraping noises ending in a loud crash. I ran upstairs as fast as I could and found the kid fainted across her bed, with all the furniture drawn in a heap around her. The dresser, chairs, the heavy linen chest. I don't see how it happened." We sat quietly for a minute or so, then he turned to me. "Dr. Huntley, I want you to come stay with us until we can find some way to stop these goings-on." "Why, I'd be glad to, only I don't know about such things. Doctors don't. Perhaps we can find some psychologist," I stammered. "No, I don't want an outsider," Orne replied. "Maybe we can cook up some arrangement for you to stay at the house without arousing any suspicion." "That would be best." After some discussion, I agreed to this arrangement, with the excuse that repairs to my house made boarding out easier for me. As I could promise no results, I made my fee low, and only chargeable if something favorable were achieved. So that evening I started a case daybook, carefully avoiding technical terms which would influence diagnosis. I give you herewith an abridged version of this case history, day by day. Disturbance at the Orne Place. June 3, 1949. The homestead is a 2.5-story frame building with an ELL, a typical New England farmhouse. Built a century and a half ago, it appears to be in sound condition. The hand-hewn timbers, tenon and mortise and trunnel fitted, the pine paneling throughout downstairs acknowledge this antiquity and conceivably help provide whatever susceptibility may be needed for psychic manifestations. It is neither extremely isolated or otherwise, though it would appear so to a city dweller, for 75 yards separate it from the nearest neighbors. The location on the edge of Whitaker Intervale against the wooded slopes of Dawn Mountain would be agreeable, though lonely in winter when the sun goes down early in the afternoon. Anne Orne, Oliver's wife, is a small, energetic woman who does a great deal of work, though with all the stir of a wren in a dust bath. Oliver also is a worker, running his own extensive farm and hiring out with his tractor and other farm and lumbering machinery. Eliza Blaine is an attractive, well-bred girl of 15, with large brown eyes and brown hair. Judging by her voice and manners, she would appear to be of an even, genial disposition, without perceptible neurotic tendencies, surely. She had been adopted the summer before, following the death of her father, a distant relative of Mrs. Orne. Before coming to Whitaker Intervale, she had lived in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where her father had given her a number of benefits in education and upbringing. The first occurrence prior to my arrival at the Orne place was in April. Eliza had just bidden her foster parents good night at the door leading from the kitchen, which shuts off the back stairs and prevents drafts from dispelling the heat in winter. Oliver saw the door shut and heard the girls' footsteps ascending the stairs. Then, half a beat behind them, another footstep started up. Eliza was nearly at the top of the stairs before Oliver gathered his wits and opened the door. She was alone there, turning to look down at him beneath the bare light bulb. Her face wore a strange, devilish smile, compounded of mockery, yet fearfully, terribly alien. Oliver stood dumbfounded, turning over in his mind whether Eliza had somehow prankishly skipped upstairs, but was unable to fit this deviltry with her character. So he ended up staring gape-jawed until she turned, snapping off the light and proceeding in the dark to the next light switch just inside her room. When Oliver turned back into the kitchen, his wife looked up, nonplussed from her darning. Their discussion made no headway with the matter, partly perhaps since Oliver somehow omitted telling his wife of Eliza's strange expression. They concluded that this might have been a freak of sound involving the wood frame of the old house, and called to mind reports of similar happenings. In the latter part of May, on a rainy afternoon, the minister, Mr. Brainerd, came to call. Mrs. Orne was in the kitchen frying doughnuts, while Eliza was washing clothes using set tubs and a washing machine in the EL, also connected to the kitchen by a door. Mrs. Orne naturally exclaimed regarding the condition of the house, her hair and dress, while Mr. Brainerd climbed from his car. Nevertheless, after shedding these fluttering preliminaries of a parishional call, she had settled Mr. Brainerd, a young, easygoing fellow, over coffee, fresh doughnuts and discreet gossip. He sat facing the open L door, where Eliza was continuing her work. His coffee cup was halfway to his lips, which were pursed with intent to retract if the liquid proved too hot, when a cake of soap floated through the air coming from the ELL and swinging in a near 90-degree arc to settle in the soap dish by the kitchen sink. That was one cup of coffee Mr. Brainerd did not drink. Several minutes later, when Mr. Brainerd and Anne Orne looked into the ELL, they found Eliza caught by nervous laughter, badly convulsed, apparently from the effort of her performance. Indeed, the two mystified witnesses had to put her on the front room couch and minister to her with damp cloths smelling salts, or whatever they thought best. There was no trace of the diabolical about her expression then. On recovering, she claimed she knew nothing of the episode, being quite unable to explain her attack of hysteria. With this episode, the story took form and spread through the community. I was called in, though my examination brought nothing positive to light. For the record, the story that the doughnuts in the bowl on the kitchen table flew onto the coat hangers against the kitchen wall is the invention and whole cloth embroidery of some absent party, a village loafer, probably. For both Mr. Brainerd and Anne Orne deny any such occurrence. June, in return for a couple of weeks with a limited practice, I had to put in more time at the hospital. Evenings were more apt to be free, and so far I have managed to be on hand most evenings, though nothing has yet happened during my stay. This evening the four of us were seated at the kitchen table reading, or in Eliza's case, writing a letter to a Portsmouth chum. A mouse had been scampering in the walls, though I had not been particularly conscious of it, until I happened to notice Eliza reflecting a moment over her letter. I could almost see her attention caught by the creature's slight scuttlings and squeakings. Perhaps a sudden muffling of the atmosphere was responsible, as if a focus of attention of some sort were being established. Then all at once, Eliza's face changed, taking on the wholly tense, preoccupied expression of a cat about to spring. A full, taut minute thus, and then she gave a slight forward thrust, just the shadow of a lunge, I would call it. From the wall, a shrill, agonized mouse cry piped. The Ornes looked up in surprise at the blank wall and its hidden, strangely racked victim. Neither Eliza nor I turned a heeding head, I of course being concerned with her reaction. While she, well, I think I must yield my medical judgment and say she acted as one possessed, as if the person within her personality were supplanted, her mind being temporarily tenanted by a diabolical force. No, this poltergeist is no mere prankster's connivance. A moment following the mouse's last cry, soon reached in rapid diminuendo, Eliza thrust the very tip of her tongue briefly between her teeth, and in doing so seemed to be released to herself and regain her own personality. Seeing the three of us watching her, rather than the blank wall behind which was a still mouse, she shook her head slightly. Gosh, I must have dozed off. I feel awfully tired. I didn't snore, did I? I assured her that she hadn't, that we were merely looking up because we thought we had heard a mouse in the wall. Yes, I guess I must have heard him scampering around. Funny, you hear a noise like that and hardly realize it. Shortly after that, she retired for the night. June 7th, 1949. I've been thinking a good deal today about the human brain as an organ. Now the heart is fairly plainly a pump. One can comprehend its function upon inspecting it, as in dissection, and so on with all the other organs. Their functions can be readily comprehended upon examination. But the mass of grey matter which comprises the brain cannot be thus comprehended as the source of thought process. One cannot see where or how this viscera-like mass permits one to pilot an airplane and carry on a conversation at the same time, or to cope with a novel problem such as the present one of conjecture concerning poltergeists. Since we cannot yet look into the brain and get very far by induction, all we know about it is what we feel and experience ourselves, or what we observe in others. Therefore, I conclude, if phenomenal accomplishments are directed by the brain, of which the brain's possessor is wholly unaware, the fact that these functions were directed by the brain would defy detection. Thus, for example, the recent experiments at Duke University with cards regarding mental telegraphy, or the age-old business of making a divining rod, indicate the subterrene presence of water, these in the human brain. Or the homing instinct in the pigeon's brain suggests that certain functions of the brain may exceed anything we have yet ascertained. Putting it another way, if we say, "I think, therefore I am," the "I am" cannot directly challenge or enlarge upon the "I think." And if an unaccounted relationship between forces of the mind and external objects, and conjecturably forces in the environment exists, there's simply no telling of it. June 11th, 1949. Whatever it is, it's getting stronger, growing like a malignant tumor. Each successful exercise of dominance over Eliza's mind increases the power of the next manifestation, which may be less capricious, and not content with a mouse for a victim. That Eliza is possessed by a malevolent entity, or grotesque preternatural schism of split personality, or whatever in hell it can be called, for it is surely spawned of hell, is apparent to me, whether my terms fit the textbooks or not. Eliza and I started the evening with a game of checkers. This would prove diverting while keeping me posted on her mental state. She sat in the chair Reverend Brainerd had occupied facing the LL, the kitchen sink. This is from the chair occupant's left to right, a window into the area of front yard, which might be called the EL courtyard. We played across a corner of the full-size table in order to reach the board readily. Her game was undistinguished and free from devious tricks or wild gambles. My own is orthodox too. I'm merely noting the less artful nature of this girl of half my age. Her chance came in the third game to force me to sacrifice, if she could be reasonably sure of her calculations. As she concentrated on the alternative moves, I watched her, though in a moment she screened her brow with her hand, and I could no longer see her face. Suddenly the air became heavy, a stillness that almost seemed sound ensued, as if silent black wings beat down upon the air. The telephone went ting, not ringing but ticking, as these country lines do in a thunderstorm. I looked up at the windows, wondering if a storm were coming, but could see only darkness. Then I saw a face pressed against the L courtyard window, a white face, wide-eyed in terror. It was the face of Eliza Blaine. Breaking my gaze from this onlookers, I turned in amazement to the girl across the checkerboard. Her face was utterly alien, an abominable satyr's mask, looking in cool, sardonic amusement at its counterpart's features pressed so fearfully against the window pane. I think that I did the right thing at last. I ran to the outer L door and threw it open upon the courtyard. Switching on the outdoor light, I saw the courtyard was empty, and the impress of no footprints were in the garden plot under the window. I turned back at once to find Oliver Orne just catching the fainting Eliza. I think I did right, I say, because if I had turned and slapped the face or shaken the shoulders of the creature across the checkerboard from me, there'd be danger of psychic trauma for Eliza, with negative results as far as the poltergeist went. June 12, 1949. This morning I visited Chadwick, telling him what appears here. His advice to me was, "Your best bet is to find some action which will fit all the various theories about poltergeists, since you are concerned with sure counteraction rather than theorizing. You must apply this action when the poltergeist is dominant, and in such a way that Eliza is done neither bodily nor mental harm. You must surprise the poltergeist, confronting him as strongly as possible at the moment of his greatest aggression, and you must do so with something as opposite in all respects as possible." I agreed, and we concocted, rejected, and sorted over a number of possible plans. Finally, we hit upon 2 or 3 schemes which seem more substantial if they can be worked out. I do not propose to report on them now, as they may never be tested. Since one of them involved the services of a skilled dental technician friend, I spent the rest of the day with him in the hospital laboratory. June 15, 1949. Fortunately, no manifestations took place while I was completing a variety of preparations to cover as many contingencies as I could. Today I brought back the acrylic plastic candlestick which my dental technician had produced, using his false teeth manufacture thus divertedly. It was a curious piece, anything but artistic, with shapeless, top-heavy bulges. Remarking upon its amateurish appearance and saying that I could do better with more practice, I put the object on the mantel with my tobacco jar and smoking apparatus. Since it seemed highly improbable that the poltergeist would appear in the presence of any object which it knew to be inimical, I hoped that this candlestick would not appear so. It had been a hot day, with thunder showers likely to break the oppressively muggy air. Shortly after supper, I was standing up, filling my pipe, as is my custom. I was reaching for a wooden match from the wall receptacle and idly looking into the mirror in front of me. My gaze rested on the image of Eliza, or what displaced it. The face was turned as she talked to Mrs. Orne, but the mirror reflected the abhorrent satyr's head, self-confident with the myriad abominations of hell itself. As I watched, Eliza, or this horror, saw me staring at the mirror and broke into a sardonian smile. I turned from the mirror to Eliza. Her features were nearly normal, though the alterations were even now taking place, as if challenging me for my looking-glass view. I was not idle either, for the time had come, and yet my mind continued turning over the matter of mirrors, the lore of the speculum of Mage Merlin, the devil's looking-glass of Dr. Lee, of catoptromancy and vampirism. I had picked up the candlestick and advanced slowly, with a show of irresolution, to the stove. Doctors and acrobats, bullfighters and actors must have a sense of timing. It is often extremely important. Here the poltergeist must think me uncertain or bent upon hurting Eliza, at which misdirected aim he could laugh, exult and grow stronger. So I advanced to the stove as the transformation, unabated, reached its completion. Mr. and Mrs. Orne sat still as I lifted the lid of the hot kettle. I had to trust them to heed my injunction not to stir. Then the lights went out. The electricity in this part of the country sometimes does cut out when there are thunderstorms, but this was too opportune to be chance. From Eliza's figure sprouted mushroom blobs of static light like St. Elmo's fires, shining yet not igniting, forming at the hem of her skirt, her waist, the nape of her neck. Swamp fire of the fiend's finding. With the room thus weirdly illumined, the poltergeist held both hands aloft, with palms taut and fingers radiating, outstretched to the area above my head. Shrilly Eliza's strained vocal cords emitted the fiend's curses and evocations. All around me stones fell, yet I was unhurt. I drew from the kettle the acrylic plastic figure. The action of the boiling water had fulfilled our anticipations by invoking the peculiar properties of the candlestick's substances, reshaping it into the form of a crucifix. As I walked forward with the talisman upraised, the demoniac creature emitted a hell-rending cry, as if a bottomless pit gaped beneath him. His hands lowered spasmodically to clutch idiotically about his face. His features withered and writhed, revealed as the electricity came on again when, presumably, the fiend's willpower dissolved its damning block. In a moment the struggle was over. Eliza released, collapsed into her chair, and but for my free hand would have fallen to the floor. June 15th, 1949. Chadwick explains the matter by calling the poltergeist a virulent mass and the crucifix an all-healing antibiotic, which is an interesting way of putting it. Since the crucifix was dormant in the plastic, the acrylic being peculiar in that once fixed in the form of a crucifix, it could be provisionally altered to the rough shape of a candlestick until its memory was stirred by the boiling water. When it reverted to its fixed shape, it could form a perfect opposite to the poltergeist. End of Mr. Hyde and Seek by Malcolm Magoon Ferguson.
Asteroid Justice Bapini v. E. Thiessen Planet Stories. Fall, 1947. What was Sam Knox up to now? Drifting helplessly in a tiny eggshell across black oceans of space, with 2 weeks' grub. Was this the way the great man-hunter deftly snagged his prey? Sam Knox touched a button in the control room of the Wanderer, and the drapery slid back from her transparent nose. He stood a moment, a sturdy, compact figure, gazing into the dark. "Look at them," he said bitterly. "They hang there like stars." Before the Wanderer, he could see the mining fleet at the edge of the asteroid belt, their identification lights twinkling out from the enshrouding ebon mantle of space. They might as well be stars for all the progress he had made with them. He had been here a week, spreading his nets for asteroid fragments like the rest of them, and never a sign of his presence had they shown. They hung there cold and aloof, almost suspicious, you would have thought, had they any reason to be suspicious. Not that they were unfriendly by nature, these men who spread their nets to trap the errant meteors, but they were a clannish tribe, known to one another from season to season, more snobbish than any social ruling class. They were close-knit, bound together by bonds of danger and hazard, and the dream of sudden wealth. Perhaps it is only a matter of time, he thought. Perhaps time will make me one of them. He must win their friendship soon. If he were to find Pell, and that was his job. To find Pell. His was not the hunt for wealth in the heart of some fragment of asteroid. Yet the excitement of the search had long been a part of his life. What Sam Knox hunted, he found. Sam Knox hunted men. He had 2 bosses. The most lenient of these was the Department of Terran Justice. His other boss lay deep inside himself, demanding much, expecting everything. Throughout the left lower quadrant of the transparent nose, he saw one of the nets flare into quick acceleration. It was too far away to be his own, and he watched it. Each corner of the net a flaming ribbon of rocket fire in the velvet black of space. A moment later he knew whose net it was, for the mining ship Fleet Blast slid by him in pursuit, controlling the rocket-powered net from the remote controls in her maw. The Fleet Blast sped on, unable to equal the instant acceleration that the touch of the meteors sent into the rockets of the net. But she was soon catching up. With her remote controls she was slowing the rockets of the net as she increased her own speed. In a few minutes both ship and netted meteor would be hanging motionless alongside. The meteor caught and halted just as a small boy catches a swift ball in his cap. Sam grimaced. What would it contain when they melted it open with the heat rod? Probably nothing. Possibly mineral ore, to be refined into metal for new heat rod tips, for from this the minor fissures of the asteroid belt eked out their precarious existence. But perhaps there was wealth and fortune. Here might be the dream come true. Here, by the luck of space, might lie one of the rare jewels of the asteroids, spawned in some once fiery sun, and flung into space in the heart of a fragment. For this the eternal hope of man yearned, and men spent their lives fishing and mining here. For this they risked the swift and horrible infections of life in the asteroid belt. The visophone sprang into life. Sam recognized the voice as that of a woman. Fleet Blast calling Ares. The Fleet Blast lay some 50 miles ahead, a speck of light, where the chase of her net had led her. Just to her right, closer, lay the only near ship, the Ares. Ares speaking. Go ahead. Before the Ares, her net spurted 4 ribbons of flame. In a surge of power, the Ares was off acceleration full, straining like a hound after a rabbit. There would be no more conversation from the Ares, Sam knew, until the catch was landed. The woman was unaware of this development, unaware that the Ares' flaming jets were bearing her far away. Father is hurt. An open wound, and we have no more penicillin. X. No penicillin X. No ship took to ether for the belt without a supply of that important penicillin. Derivative. Sam touched the controls. This was the break. This was the luck of Sam Knox. The jets responded with a trail of flame. He pulled alongside the Fleet Blast in a few minutes. He could spare 100,000 units of the drug, he figured. He got it from the storeroom. He was quite close to the other ship, so decided against using the ship's lifeboat, a tiny space dory, and simply donned his spacesuit. He then yelled into the bisophone, "Fleet Blast, open your port. I am bringing the drug." He saw the lock open on the Fleet Blast and opened his own, propelling himself into space and across the void. A few guiding blasts of his hand rocket, and he was inside the lock of the other ship. A woman helped him out of the spacesuit. "Come quickly," she urged. Sam had time to note that she was young and had red hair as he followed her to the living quarters. An old man lay there on a bed. His trouser had been cut away from his right leg, revealing a crushed and bleeding condition below the knee. Already the leg was beginning to show the faint grayness that indicated the start of the quick infection. The miner's name, Sam found as he treated the leg, was Themis Rourke. There was a faint trace of Irish blood in him, responsible perhaps for the red hair of his daughter. He lay back in the bed, complaining at the foolishness that had put him there. That damn meteor! I was in too big a hurry to load it, and it slipped and crushed my leg. Themis looked at his daughter. "What do you say, Nancy? Shall we call it a season and run back to Terra? There are a few more weeks of good fishing, I can make out." Sam looked at her, this slip of a girl who was undertaking a man's work. For all her courage, she was still a woman, slim and lissom. She was not too tall, rounded, sweetly, and well-formed. Under Sam's gaze, she lifted her eyes to his, eyes as brown as new-plowed soil. He had been long away from women, and the sight of her set a wildness coursing in his blood. Strong as she was, he could crush her in his arms. He had strength to take care of both of them. She might have let him too, in other circumstances. Her eyes had already noted the compact sturdiness of his body, noted and approved. But he was Sam Knox, and in his hunt for men, 100 women had tried to deceive him, so that he set his mind against this weakness, and looked away across the room. Fool. He was a fool to have not seen it sooner. The photograph of a white-haired man stared from a lucite frame. It was Pell. The report was true. Here was Pell, inventor of the heat rod, hiding where the metal was mined. If he were here, he must be found, and returned to Terra to finish the sentence he had escaped 3 years before. He might not have to finish that prison sentence. Only one thing was certain now. In the investigation of the illegal operations of Terran Metals Corporation, the truth had been concealed by the fact that a way had been found to deceive the mine probe. When that shattering fact was discovered, that the basis of justice was not dependable, Action was swift. The mine probe was analyzed, and the defect removed. But the truth of the facts in the Terran Metals trial was now uncertain. Guilty or not, the Department of Terran Justice wanted Pell. Sam took a step toward the picture. The girl's voice shocked him from these thoughts. "I don't know how to thank you, mister." She paused expectantly. "Knox? Sam Knox." She held out her hand. "We are so glad to know you. You are the first one to want to know me. I've been here a week, and everyone seems to think I have a plague." Timus Rourke spoke from the bed. "You must forgive us. We are a hard people to get acquainted with, especially now." "Why, especially now?" The visiphone buzzed. It was the Ares now alongside. Nancy went to operate the lock. A young man came from the lock with her. He was dark and saturnine. His glance viewed Sam with open suspicion. Nancy said, "Sam Knox, Ned Hawkins." Sam held out his hand. The dark young man made no move to accept it. Nancy said sharply, "Ned, Mr. Knox may have saved Father's life. He brought the penicillin X while you were chasing meteors." Ned Hawkins said with surly ill grace, "Sorry." "We're obliged to you, Mr. Knox." Sam turned to the old man on the bed. "You are about to tell me why everyone is so suspicious." Timus Rourke sat up in bed. His eyes blazed. "Thieves," he said gustily. "This season there have been thieves. Old Joe on the Miner 2 lost an asteroid jewel worth 10,000 credits. Somebody beat him, slipped him chloroform, and made off with it. Been several cases like it." Ned's dark, suspicious eyes were on them. Sam crossed and picked up Pell's picture. "Relative of yours?" he asked casually. Hawkins slammed the flat of his hand against a bulkhead. "That does it. What kind of miner are you that you don't know the master miners?" He whirled to the old man and the girl. "Tell him nothing more," Sam said simply. "This is my first season. How am I to know anything with everyone so suspicious? If you need more medicine, let me know." He picked up his spacesuit and went into the lock. Nancy came quickly into the lock after him. She said in a low voice, "Thanks for everything. You must forgive Ned. He is jealous." Sam held the helmet to his spacesuit in his hands. "If I had a claim on you," he said swiftly, "I should be jealous too. Not man or devil should take you from me." He put the helmet on and turned to the lock. Once back in the Wanderer, he considered what he had learned. Pell was here. So much had been established, and he had at last a foothold of acquaintance among these people. That should help, and indeed it did. It was through Timus Rourke, he suspected, that 4 old men now stood on the floor of the Wanderer. He hadn't, however, quite planned on falling in love. It was difficult for him to believe that so strong a bond could be forged in the week he had known the Rourkes. The increasing jealousy of Hawkins was testimony to the growing tenderness between Sam and Nancy Rourke. The elder of the 4 men stepped a little forward. "Mr. Knox, we are here because a friend of yours has requested that you be admitted to the miners." He was right then. The week's cultivation of Timus and his daughter was bringing results. "Tell me about the miners," he asked. "We are far from Terra here. Years ago we found the necessity for establishing some sort of society for our own pleasure and protection. We have our own government, our own laws. Each year, a number of the older miners are chosen master miners. This year there are 7. We formulate all laws and sit in judgment on those who break them. Master miners. Pell was one of these." Sam kept the planes of his face wooden. "What must I do to become one of this society of yours?" "You must submit to questioning to prove you are worthy. You must swear loyalty to all our other brother miners. You must agree to be guided by our laws as supreme here as long as you are in the asteroid belt." "Very well, I agree." They took a small space dory to the largest ship in the mining fleet, the governing ship, White Lark. Sam wondered if he were being wise. If they had the latest mind probe, all the truth would come out in the examination. His connection with Terran justice would be discovered, and perhaps all chance lost of taking Pell. It was unlikely that they had the new probe, he decided. And if they had the old model, he could fool them. They had no mind probe at all. They simply asked him questions, the 7 of them, trained to evaluate character swiftly in their rough life. They watched him as he answered their questions. They sat around him in a semicircle, and in the center, in charge, was the man he hunted. He had found Pell. The questioning began when they touched the dangerous fringes of knowledge with their probing questions. He held his face even more wooden than usual, careful too to let no emotion show in the timbre of his voice. And at last it was over. Pell rose and looked at the circle of master miners. "I am satisfied," he announced. "Are there any objections to the entrance of Mr. Knox as a miner of our order?" There were none. Pell said, "You will take the oath of fealty tomorrow. Here there will be many who want to meet you." He walked with Sam to the lot, to the small space dory in which they had come. Sam thought, "I can take him now. I can slip a disc gun into his ribs and take him now." The reaction of the other miners was unpredictable, but with speed and skill he could make it. And once aboard the Wanderer, no mining ship could approach his superdrive. His hand slid down his pocket to the cold plastic butt of his disc gun. There was a rattle as another dory struck the ship. A space-suited form slid into the lock. He took his hand off the disc gun. The figure stripped off its helmet, and a mass of flame-colored hair cascaded down around the shoulders. It was Nancy Rourke. "Am I too late? I just heard you were up for membership in the miners." Pell put his hand on her shoulder. "He's passed the tests. We administer the oath tomorrow." Sam took his hand from his pocket. There would be danger. He would not make his play with a woman here. Nancy's brown eyes were on his, filled with warmth and gladness. "I am so happy. I just couldn't believe it when Ned told me he had put you up for membership." Ned Hawkins had proposed him for membership. Sam pondered that all the way back to the Wanderer. The ceremony that joined Sam Knox and the Order of Miners was a simple one. There were many of the miners in the White Lark to witness the oath of fealty, and many more watching on their visiphones. The coldness was gone. He was one of them, and he felt the strong warmth of their friendship. Nancy's eyes smiled at him all through the ceremony. There was one curious thing. Ned Hawkins was not present at the beginning of the ceremony. The voice of Pell pronounced, "You are now one of us." Men gathered around Sam, shaking his hand and clapping him on the back. Stopped the ceremony. It was a beautifully timed entrance, an actor's entrance. Hawkins stood just inside the room, still in his spacesuit, holding the helmet in his hand. He came forward now, his magnetic boots clanking on the steel floor of the White Lark. Pell frowned at him. "If you have objections, you are too late. After all, you were the one who proposed his membership. Mine and Knox is one of us now. Then he is subject to our law. He is no miner, he is a thief," Pell said somberly. "That is a serious accusation. Old Joe died today as a result of the chloroform in him beating. Before he died, he tuned in the ceremony on the visiphone. He identified this man as the one who beat and chloroformed him. He died soon after. His heart couldn't stand the excitement." Pell looked at Sam. "What have you to say? Would you believe a wild tale like that? Hearsay testimony from a dead man. It's simply an invention." "Invention?" "It was one of the master miners. Why, Hawkins proposed you for your membership." Ned Hawkins said raspingly, "If it is all hearsay, I suppose you won't object to a search of your ship. The asteroid jewel that was stolen is probably there." The pattern was too clear to Sam. It was, of course, a frame. a perfect frame. If the jewel had been planted aboard the Wanderer, they would find other interesting things too. The superdrive of the ship would be as useful to a thief as to a Terran justice man. They found the jewel carelessly hidden in the Wanderer's upholstery, Sam said. If you will put us both under the mind probe, you will learn the truth. Pell frowned at him. I know from my own experience that the mind probe is worthless. I was convicted once by a mind probe trial. No, we will have a simple trial. We will try you after the fashion of older times. Verbal testimony, evidence, and a jury of master miners. We will try you at once. Justice is swift here in the belt. Sam Knox sat hopelessly in a tiny space dory. Through the viewport he could see the twinkling lights of the asteroid fleet vanishing in the distance. And in his mind he could still hear the voice of Pell, pronouncing sentence like the tolling of some bell of doom. Miner Sam Knox, you will be banished forever from the asteroid belt. If you return, it is the duty of every miner to ray you on sight, and, if any befriend you, they may share your fate. Your ship and all your possessions are forfeit. You will be placed in a small space dory with food and fuel for 2 weeks. If in that time you can come to some larger ship or outpost of civilization, you are to be congratulated. If not, may God have mercy on your soul. He had lost the Wanderer. He had only this tiny dory and 2 weeks' food. That was bad enough, the chance of wandering forever in space without food or fuel, but worse than that was the thought that he had failed. He had found Pell, and failed to bring him back. He sat for a moment, face in hands, tasting the bitter failure. There was, too, an aching sense of loss when he, though of Nancy Rourke, there was a tarpaulin over his stocks of supplies. He might as well take inventory. He rose and went to the rear of the tiny craft. He pulled back the tarpaulin. Curled among the supplies was a woman, her hair a russet halo of glory. She stood, discovered, shyly looking at him. It was Nancy Rourke. Sam wanted her. Lord, how he wanted her. He crossed and seized her in the solid strength of his arms, crushing his lips and body against hers. You fool, he breathed. You wonderful, glorious little fool, she said simply. I knew you would need me. I found which dory they were to use and stowed away. Now there was food and water for only a week. All but fuel was now divisible by 2. They were far from the usual space lanes, and the chance of passing craft was microscopically small. Somehow Sam knew they must win through. Somehow he must wring defeat from failure. They were 3 days out when they saw a ship. It seemed somehow familiar, and it circled them 3 times before it had decelerated enough to pull alongside the slower dory. The lock opened, and Sam propelled the tiny dory inside. Nancy said in amazement, It is Pell's ship. Do you suppose they know the truth? Sam knew it was not that when Pell opened the door of the dory. His voice was curt. I have extra food and fuel. The ship's sole shine is passing between Mars and the outer planets. You should be able to contact here at these coordinates at the time noted. He handed Sam a sheet of astrographic calculations. Nancy caught at his arm. Why bring us this? She asked. Is it because of me? Pell smiled at her. No, my dear. It was not because of you, or perhaps it was. Perhaps a woman's heart is surer judge than a jury of miners. He raised keen eyes to Sam. Once they found me guilty, he said. I was not. I cannot rid myself of the belief that perhaps others too might not be guilty. The others do not know you came? No, else my life would be forfeit. Sam Knox said wonderingly. You risked that for the sake of possible justice? Pell inclined his head. Why go back? Come to Terra with me. I cannot listen, man. Sam was urgent. I came from the Department of Terran Justice to find you. The Terran Metals case is reopened. The new mind probe is just. Come back, and we will find the truth. A strange look spread over Pell's face. Terra. The glorious rose gardens of Terra. He shook himself. I dare not. But as I have given you life, you must promise me this. You must not tell where I am to be found, Sam Knox said bitterly. I promise nothing. I came to the belt to find you. He sidled forward. If he could reach Pell, a disc gun rose in Pell's hand. Be it so, then I must move on. He closed the door of the dory on them and threw the release that thrust them from the lock of his ship. He left them sitting, watching his ship's lights recede in the darkness. Nancy put her hand on Sam's arm. Pell's ship was now a speck of light vanishing in the black. Never mind, Pell. We will go to Terra together, Sam said. I had almost convinced him. He wants to go to Terra. You heard him. If I could talk to him again. Nancy tugged at his arm. Sam, what are you thinking of? He touched the controls of the space dory, and it swung in a long curve, doubling back. No, Sam, no, they will kill you if you go back. Forget Pell and come with me to the Sol Shine. Sam Knox's jaw was a ledge of granite. I came for Pell. The tiny dory leaped forward, nose pointed for the asteroid belt. Sam slid in under no power, using the inertia of the ship lights off. Alongside the fleet blast, he said, let's hope your father is alone. Temus Rourke was alone. He was hard to convince, but his daughter could work wonders with him. Very well, he grumbled. I'll see if I can get Pell over here. He shrugged into a spacesuit and slipped his own dory out of the lock. He blasted away to find Pell. Look, Sam, Nancy called. It's the Ares. The Ares slid by the fleet blast, moving her nets to some other sector of space. The visophone sounded. Ares calling fleet blast. Ares calling fleet blast. Sam gripped Nancy's arm. We must not answer. Perhaps he will go on. For a moment the Ares paused, then it flared an orange trail of acceleration as it headed onward. And the fleet blast's dory scraped alongside. From the lock stepped Pell and Temus Rourke. Sam Knox stood wide-legged, facing Pell, a compact and resolute form. I came to take you back to Terra. Their eyes met and searched each other. Pell sighed. Almost I am willing to trust you. You too are a man who will risk life for a principle. If you are innocent, I promise you you will be cleared. There is no flaw in the mind probe now. You know we cannot use the probe at random, but if you bring charges against those who framed you, we can use the probe to get the truth. Pell straightened. He seemed to grow taller. I'll do it. You'll do what? From the opening lock, Ned Hawkins came, a disc gun low in his hand. Behind him were 4 older men. Sam saw Pell's face grow pale. They were 4 of the master miners, 4 of those who dispensed justice in the asteroid belt. One of them said gravely, In the name of all miners, I arrest you, Pell, for aiding a convicted thief. Have you anything to say before we take you away? Hawkins jabbed the muzzle of the disc gun tight in Sam's back. And that was a mistake. Men of the Terran Police Services had long been trained to defend against a weapon held too close. Sam Knox whirled, striking up and out with his arm, whirling away from the weapon and striking with his hand. He stepped forward, then seizing Ned's gun arm in a bone-breaking leverage, and the disc gun dropped to the floor. He shoved Hawkins away and scooped up his weapon. Sam Knox whirled, seized Ned's gun arm. Now was the time, he thought, to take Pell and run for it. Perhaps they would not find it important enough to follow. They would not know that contact with the Sol Shine was possible. Then Sam groaned. He had forgotten too much time had elapsed, and now he was farther away. The slow space dory never would be able to reach the coordinates in time to intercept the space liner. Somehow he must force the truth, He lifted the disc gun. "I'm going to blast you, Ned Hawkins. Before I go, I'm going to burn you down. I know you stole the jewel and killed Miner Joe. I know you were jealous and framed me, giving up the jewel as a sacrifice to your jealousy. Tell the truth, Hawkins, and cleanse your soul before you die." Ned Hawkins pulled back his lips in a dark snarl. "Shoot," he said. "Shoot, you murderer and thief." A master miner said, "We will hunt you down, Knox. We will hunt you to the ends of the galaxy. Even though you kill us all, there will be others to search you out." "Tie them," Sam Knox directed. Pell obeyed. Sam swung the disc gun in a compact circle, and the front sight opened the flesh of Ned Hawkins' forearm and let the blood flow. Sam Knox waved with the gun, then at Pell, at the girl, and at her father. He said bleakly, "If one of you moves toward the medicine cabinet, as God is in heaven, I'll ray you down." He hunkered down on his ankles, a lone figure waiting and watching. "You devil!" Ned's voice struck a high pitch. "You devil! Give me penicillin X." They had not understood till then. The eyes of the bound master miners were wide with horror. Sam gestured with the gun. "Rest easy," he said. "We shall only have to wait an hour at the most." The red blood that spurted from the arm stopped, and the chronometer ticking in the control room was the only sound in the chamber. Minutes passed, and the arm which had been red with blood was now graying swiftly. The infection of space was taking over. Nancy Rourke said shrilly, "You're not human." She got up and moved for the medicine cabinet. Sam Knox tilted the disc gun, and the heat ray lanced out and burned a hole in the chair ahead of her. She sat down quickly, with a white face. Ned Hawkins' eyes were brilliant as a trapped beast. He looked at his graying arm. It was swelling now and becoming painful. His face contorted. He breathed agonizedly. Pell reached for the medicine cabinet, and Sam burned the knob under his hands. "You devil!" Ned was breathing hard. Sweat stood on his forehead. "What do you want?" "The truth." "I know nothing," Sam said. "I am going to burn the penicillin." "You people can't keep away from the drug. It's either burn the drug or one of you." He pointed the disc gun at the medicine cabinet in the corner. "I'll talk. Give me the drug. I'll talk." Ned began to babble in confession. Sam said mercilessly, "The proof. Where is proof of what you say?" "On the Ares. There is a false compartment under the control seat. All the stolen goods except the one asteroid jewel are there." Sam lowered the gun. "Give him the drug quickly, and you will save him for miners' justice." As Sam bent to untie them, one of the miners said, "If the stolen goods are in the Ares, we owe you an apology." On the Wanderer, Sam Knox finished the astrogation. The jets were warming for the first blast of fuel that would send him terra-bound, Nancy. Rourke stood watching over his shoulder. "And what would you do if I would not go with you?" Sam smiled at her. "I think I'd carry you away regardless. I am afraid you would. But I am more afraid you might not, so I go willingly." From the doorway, Pell said quietly, "The jets are perhaps not so charming, but they are ready too." Sam fed fuel to the jets, and the Wanderer leaped like a hound, heading for home end of Asteroid Justice by V.E. Thiessen.